Hello, Wolfpack! We're back, and once again, we're doing another tier list streaming. And finally, we're back to the horror genre, with the ranking on the best slasher killers of horror cinema. I actually did not make this list, so people keep asking me why I don't include certain characters or have certain entries. I don't make these lists. Okay, I don't. I found this list, and I found most of the lists we've done. This one is called the Mega Slasher Ranking Tier List, and it has basically some of the most iconic slasher killers ever, and we're gonna be ranking all of them on one epic tier list. So, please don't complain to me that I'm missing a few because I did not make this tier list. This was a fan-made production which is publicly available online. I could literally find tier lists, and I've been finding most of them to save us time and actually do them. I love that you include Roy Burns in that picture list and didn't use Jason. Yeah, as you can tell, there are multiple incarnations. Like, they have three Freddys here. We have the new Nightmare Freddy, the OG Freddy, and Jackie Earle Haley's Freddy, and you'll probably know where he's going. But yeah, we have multiple versions of characters. We have multiple Jasons, both Pennywises, so on and so forth. We have basically a few repeat incarnations, but that's because a lot of fans do not consider them the same character. They are different interpretations of the character from a reboot or something. Yeah, Roy Burns is down here. Don't worry, you'll know where he'll end up. This list shall be killer. Yes, it will be, Shadowlink. Hey, Mad Dog, glad to see you. Glad you made it. Yeah, we're doing a ranking. This is the quote-unquote mega slasher ranking tier list. I found this template, I did not make it, and honestly, there are some characters that should have been on here. I'm kind of upset that Alien and Predator didn't make it on here, but I guess, they're from a different horror subgenre, so they don't count. Mostly, the slashers, iconic killers, supernatural killers, they have a high body count, they're very popular and famous in horror cinema, and we basically got a whole bunch of big names, so no point in adding more to like this huge roster of like 70 characters. So I guess we should get this list underway. If this is your first ever tier list, we'll explain how it works. We're ranking from best to worst. Top tier S rank, these are the best. These are horror icons. These are the greatest fictional slashers ever created. They are iconic. You know them. We all love them. And we're going to see a few big names appropriately up here. Next, we have A. These are good, not great. They're satisfying, they're pretty cool, they're fun characters, they are well written, they do their movie justice, but they were missing that extra spark that made them household names like the S tier will be. Next, we have B. These are decent, these are above average. They're okay, they're fun, they did their purpose, people have fun with them. Some people might love them more than others, particularly me, because it's my opinion, but yeah, they're alright. C, we have average. These are mid, they're mediocre, they're the meh of horror. They did a serviceable job, we'll say that. They did a serviceable job, they were alright, but weren't big enough to leave an impression. D, these are below average, they're duds, they're the weak ones. There was hope there, they do have good moments, but they also have an equal amount of bad moments. They're below average killers. Next we have E, this is bad, but not atrociously bad. I know I have a lot more letters this time. E, definitely on the lame side, we'll say that. They could have been something good, there was hope there, but ended up a dud. Then we have F, failure, awful, bad, worst killers ever, and unfortunately we'll be seeing some faces down there. F, awful. Awful killers, awful interpretations of the killers, and possibly from awful movies. And we actually do have unfamiliar. These are killers I don't recognize, and unfortunately we might be seeing some names down here. There are some people I don't recognize on this list, and I think some people even my followers would not recognize, but we'll get to that. These are unknowns. We never saw them. Is that why The Thing isn't here too? It's science fiction. Yeah, probably. I guess they don't count monsters because The Universal monsters didn't make it either, like the Hollow Man's not on here, and Dracula's not on here even though he has a huge kill count. Yeah, they kind of exclude a few characters. This is pretty much like more popular killers, like big names, the household names that horror fans know, love, and hate. Like everyone we're more familiar with. Sadly, the Predator's not on here, Alien's not on here, the Thing monster's not on here. I guess they don't count because they're creatures, and, well, they're creature features, and yeah, semantics, splitting hairs, all that. These are the only characters who made it. I did not add anyone, and I cannot exclude anyone on this list because there's quite a huge number on here. Hey, Light Jones, glad you made it. So I guess we should get this list going underway. Sorry, I got my 500 waters here in case I run out of breath, and you'll be hearing me drink a lot. Alright, so let's start with the one you all came here to see, the big one, the man of our dreams, the classic boogeyman, Fred Krueger. Yes, his name is Fred Krueger. He calls himself Freddy, and that's what the fan base calls him, but it is pretty hilarious watching the first movie just call him Fred Krueger. Anyways, Freddy, like S rank. Like, of course he's S rank, of course he is. Of course Freddy is awesome. We all love Freddy, we're all his children. This guy revolutionized horror. Freddy gave birth to the supernatural slasher killers. Just when you thought horror was getting boring and dull, got tired of seeing regular human villains, well, in comes Freddy to breathe new life into horror and making movie psychos more creative. You're all my children now. Yeah, classic. Freddy, the one-liner machine. He has evolved so much over the years, and of course we all love him. Freddy is an icon. Robert Englund is one of the funnest, most charismatic villain actors who ever lived, and Englund's done some other stuff too, but his main role is, of course, Freddy. We all know this guy. Freddy Krueger is basically a supernatural boogeyman. For those of you who don't know, Freddy was once a real-life psycho killer in life. He attacked children, killed them, possibly did dirty things with them, depending on who you ask. We know Jackie Earle Haley's Freddy did, but it was left kind of up in the air. It was more focused on him being a dangerous serial killer. He preyed upon children. However, eventually he got arrested but got off on a technicality, so the parents took matters into their own hands and burned the guy alive, where he, depending on how faithful you are to the continuity, made a deal with the dream demons from hell to come back as a vengeful ghost and basically haunt nightmares and kill people in their dreams. This is the guy who invented that genre. If you die in your dreams, you die in real life. Freddy is essentially a ghost slash demon. He's a serial killer who's haunting the nightmares of children who escaped his wrath, still carrying on his evil business. A ghost who can't rest in peace, and basically killing people through very supernatural and spectacular means. Ultimate supernatural villain. Yeah, Freddy might be number one on here. I'll be honest, because Freddy Krueger's great. Like, even in his bad movies, Robert Englund delivers such a fun performance. Freddy made movie psychos more creative. He kills them through magical means. Sometimes it's a basic stabbing, looking at you, Jackie Earle, and sometimes it's through these extravagant, like, movie tricks. The Elm Street movies take a lot of liberties with the dream atmosphere, and it is so fun. It's like fantastical, whimsical, this dark fantasy meets a psycho killer kind of deal, and it is fun. Like, the Freddy movies are basically fun because they're so creative, they're imaginary, they're abstract, and Freddy kills people through, like, kind of ironic twists, like this girl who's afraid of bugs gets turned into a bug and he squishes her. This guy who's a comic book nerd gets taken into a comic where he kills him as Super Freddy, and everybody's familiar with Johnny Depp being dragged into the bed and turned into a geyser of blood. Like, very fun. They got creative with this killer, and even in the bad movies, you can't say he's boring. Aw, yeah, Freddy definitely is S rank. Well, the Englund versions anyway. Yeah, if you didn't notice, we got two more Freddys down here, but we'll get to them next. How you ever come up with a plan to beat Freddy Krueger? You should say the best kill and worst kill. What is your favorite one-liner? Alright, favorite one-liner. Welcome to prime time, bitch! And he kills her by shoving her in a TV. That one was pretty cool. Best kill. I do think the puppet kill, he kills the guy with the marionette puppets. We see a stop motion Freddy puppet take him and rip out like his veins and arteries to use as puppet strings and basically walks him to his death off a building. That one is pretty cool. I will admit, that one still pretty gruesome and looks good to this very day. Worst kill, definitely the video game guy. The power glove one. Like, he plays with, like, this stoner idiot and traps him in a video game where his dad is like a cartoon and beats him, and it is so ridiculous. I'm not a fan of Freddy's Dead, and that was one of the dumbest kills of the franchise. The killer whose superpower is liquid dreaming. Now this is what you call a wet dream. Hi, Cat. Hey, Akira. So, Robert Englund. Yeah, we're on him. I remember he was Scarecrow. Yeah, Robert Englund was on Injustice 2. He should have been the Scarecrow in the Arkhamverse, but no, we decided to give that to Unicron instead. Apparently Robert Englund was more popular as the Riddler, which also weird. Like, he wasn't bad. Robert Englund's Riddler is pretty underrated, but it seemed more appropriate to make him the Scarecrow, since that's who we associate him with. My favorite kill is the Skin the Cat stealing in the original. Oh yeah, that one. And New Nightmare. Yeah, I vaguely remember that one. That was like at the hospital. that one was weird, but that's technically not the main Freddy we follow. So, yeah, Freddy, definitely a fun character. He's basically a ghost. He kills people in their dreams, and if you die in the dreams, you die in real life, and that pretty much reinvented horror for a lot of people because horror was allowed to dive more into fantastical, ghostly elements and made movie psychos more creative. Freddy basically had the gimmick. There's a killer with a gimmick. You get like this fun gimmick. It's a theme associated with the killer, and Freddy also is the one-liners because Robert Englund's so over-the-top funny. They did make Freddy more into like a knockoff Joker kind of bad guy. He's making bad puns and lame one-liners, but it's so funny because Robert Englund really puts his all into his roles. Even in the bad movies, Robert Englund's like the best part of them. Yeah, Robert Englund's Freddy is definitely iconic, so of course we're putting him on an S rank. Everyone loves Freddy. So we should get the other two Freddys out of the way. Let's get Jackie Earle Haley Freddy, who, surprise, going into F. Alright, let's get this out of the way. Jackie Earle Haley was not a bad choice of Freddy, and he could have been great. He could have been up there with Robert Englund. If you don't know, Jackie Earle Haley played Rorschach, and the bad guy from Alita 1, Battle Angel, whatever. Jackie Earle Haley is actually a great actor, and I was actually excited that he got casted as Freddy Krueger, because he was like on Watchmen around the same time, and he was pretty good in that. And unfortunately, if you saw the remake Elm Street, you know it was bad. It was bad, and the biggest problem was our Freddy Krueger. In this one, Freddy Krueger's more so a child molester than a psycho killer, and there is so much uncomfortable focus on the child molester angle that unfortunately it made the movie not fun. Like, it was more dour, depressing, and really didn't make any sense. Like, they go through the entire movie and basically they try and hint that this was actually an innocent Freddy who became evil, and that Freddy was like falsely accused of the child molesting and was innocent, and he only came back as a monster because he's a ghost who can't rest in peace, and he's killing the children and everyone for falsely accusing him. But nope, we get the big twist that we spend an hour and 40 minutes waiting for, and the twist is Freddy Krueger is evil. Yes, really, that is the twist, that Freddy is really the villain. Surprise, he wasn't falsely accused, he was 100% guilty, and he's not killing the kids to get revenge, he's killing the kids to get revenge for basically squealing. They snitched on him, and he's getting even with them. Yeah, Freddy is not only evil, but more evil than when he was Robert Englund. Yeah, that's somehow possible, and everything they do with this Freddy is just wrong. Like, Jackie Earle Haley, like, looks like this weirdo soy boy when he was alive. He's like this pathetic loser. Freddy Krueger goes out crying like a sissy in his origin, which Robert Englund did not even do. Like, pretty much brings a disgrace. And as you can tell, the makeup looks awful. They wanted to make him look realistic. Like, this is what a burn victim actually looks like. And like, that kind of takes away a lot of the fun and charm and whimsy of the character. It's like, Freddy Krueger's a magic dream killer. He's not supposed to look realistic. He looks more like a knockoff Scarecrow than he does Freddy Krueger. He's not scary. They indulge in way too many jump scares. Jackie Earle Haley only has like 2 good lines in this movie. Sigh. God, I hate the Elm Street remake. Oh, we all do, Shadow Link, we all do. The 2010 movie was a disgrace to the franchise. It is. Even Robert Englund said the remake was bad. How would you get rid of Freddy Krueger if you were a writer? Well, we do see Elm Street 3 that you can baptize him and use basically Christian crosses to stop Freddy and banish him. So I would say do that. I hope Miraculous or Record of Ragnarok give Robert Englund a voice, since he is perfect to play Satan. Yeah, he would be. Or as any Miraculous villain soon. We probably won't see Robert Englund on Miraculous Ladybug, because the Ladybug is filmed by, like an anime studio out in Texas, and Englund lives in California. Did you know that Robert Englund only had to look at Wes Craven in the eye with a twisted smile to get cast? Oh, really? I'd never heard that. I heard David Warner was almost Freddy Krueger, yet we almost got Ra's al Ghul as Freddy. That would have been weird to see, but now I kind of wish we did see how that would have ended up, but Robert Englund's a classic. I won't throw him away. I heard they made this Freddy look like a burn victim rather than a pizza face. Yeah, that was the thing. Freddy Krueger died in life being burned to death by an angry mob of parents. They did keep that in the remake, and they wanted to make him look like a real burn victim, but that really made him look less distinct. He doesn't look creepy. He looks more alien. He looks weird. He looks non-threatening and very much like a knockoff Scarecrow rather than the Dream Killer. I think it's because they wanted to make a more creepier version of Freddy Krueger. Yeah, you're talking about the child molester angle. It's like, well, it's implied that Robert Englund Freddy might have raped the kids too. We do see he has favorites among his little girls and the infamous, "I'm your boyfriend now, Nancy." And yeah, definitely had a creeper angle before, but it wasn't as focused on, precisely because the writers wanted to have fun with this horror movie. They didn't want, like, to make people uncomfortable, unlike the 2010 version where it quadruples down on the child molester angle, and it's just not fun. And we already know he's guilty because, spoilers, we see the scratches, we see Freddy doesn't do anything to hide his guilt. This Freddy pretty much indulges in being the villain, and even if he was innocent, how are they going to stop him? He still wants you dead, he still wants revenge, and he was going to hurt you anyway, even if he was an innocent victim. Very awful writing. Alright, so yeah, Jackie Earle Haley could have been a good Freddy, but he ended up being one of the worst horror remake characters ever. It is an F on him. He's terrible. Alright, so let's get our last Freddy out of the way. Wes Craven's New Nightmare. This is Freddy, but not Freddy. If you've never seen New Nightmare, it is a very peculiar entry in the Elm Street saga. A lot of people like it. I thought it was okay. I thought it was decent, but I don't really love it all that much. Everyone loves it because it made Freddy Krueger scary again. This was after all the garbage sequels did a lot to ruin Freddy's image and turned him into a clown. Like, Robert Englund's Freddy became more of a joke, and he was much more in the spotlight. Everyone knew him. He was on parodies a lot. A lot of people forget that Robert Englund was everywhere as Freddy. He did a lot of, like, fan stuff, a lot of interviews, campaigns. He wore the makeup. He was on guest spots. He was on basically a lot of famous talk shows. Robert Englund was famous, so Wes Craven made this movie to basically make Freddy scary again. Nightmare on Elm Street was supposed to end in the first movie with a good ending, but because he was so popular, they gave us a bad ending. Or ambiguous, okay. It's more of a Freddy entity. Yeah, I agree. This technically isn't Freddy, even though he looks like Freddy and they got Robert Englund because of course they did. This is a magical cosmic demon in the form of Freddy. You see, apparently New Nightmare, there's this evil cosmic entity that is trying to summon itself and become the new boogeyman. And to do so, this entity takes the form of the scariest thing in the world happening at the time. And for a lot of, it's like a meta commentary, because this was, of course, he took the form of Freddy Krueger. It took the form of our modern boogeyman, and in the past, this thing was like fairy tale boogeyman, but because Freddy is well known and people know, love him, and fear him, it took the form of Freddy and is basically haunting Wes Craven and the Elm Street cast, picking them off like one by one. It basically wants to kill Heather Langenkamp's child, and yeah, it is a weird movie. It is really weird. The cosmic entity is in the form of Freddy, but basically it's Freddy in all but spirit. Okay, so where would I put this? I might put him on B. Yeah, I might put him on B. It's not the Freddy we know and love. It's a monster taking his form and basically Robert Englund acting as him. I know a lot of people love it, and this Freddy does have intimidating moments. It's basically kind of more so a cosmic horror. There's a lot of mind screw terror. Heather Langenkamp's the main character and she's being haunted, but they keep it open-ended if it's really, ooh, is Freddy real, or is it all like natural explanation events happening around her? Like an earthquake happens, but the debris it caused made like claw marks like Freddy, and she gets calls from like weirdos, and it could be Freddy or it could be some weirdo stalker fanboys annoying her. Basically that type of deal. I've seen it. It takes place in the real world. Yeah, it's more of a Freddy entity. I personally just didn't like Freddy's Dead. The Dream Child honestly was pretty scary. Yeah, I hate Freddy's Dead. I hate it. I hate it a little less than the remake, but it is a bad movie still. Dream Child had moments, but it was still a bit goofy. There was a Nightmare on Elm Street series. Yeah, Freddy's Nightmares. It was a TV show. It's basically a bunch of Tales from the Crypt episodes, but Freddy as the narrator in place of the Crypt Keeper. A lot of people requested me to watch that show, but unfortunately I can't find it anywhere. It's like not available anywhere, and I don't know where to look. Like even Dailymotion doesn't have all the episodes, so I can't find it. I'm probably not going to talk about it because, you know, I just can't actually review a show I can't see. This Freddy was credited as himself. The concept sounds silly, but actually works since this entity still acts like Freddy and didn't change nothing about him or have some chosen one and weapon BS. Looking at you, Jason Goes to Hell. Yeah, that one was bad. Okay, so Wes Craven's New Nightmare, not one of my favorite horror movies, and unfortunately, this Freddy is kind of off-screen for most of it. He's more of an entity until he actually shows up halfway in the film. We don't see Robert Englund become Freddy until halfway through. We see like hints of him. They do the Jaws effect where they're building up to him. We catch glimpses of this Freddy up until he finally jumps out of the closet and reveals himself, where he wants to take Heather Langenkamp's son and basically eat him. It's like a fairy tale monster. It wants to take the children and eat them, and it took the form of this popular boogeyman. Wes Craven is apparently a psychic, like, meditator. He knows the entity is using him and using him to write the script and make everything happen. Wes Craven was getting into a lot more meta kind of storytelling. It's a prototype to his Scream movie where you can tell he's like giving social commentary on real life and the horror genre, what was happening at the time. It's definitely a decent attempt, but I think he was way better at it on Scream. But anyways, this Freddy, he basically takes the child and they have a fight in like this weird like David Bowie Labyrinth kind of level. He's like trying to put the son in the oven, and this is why I'm not a fan of this character. One, the special effects have not aged well. Like there's this clone army of Freddy Kruegers who like jump Heather at the freeway, and there's this terrible green screen where he picks up the child in the air, and basically Freddy is a fake looking projection and drops him. But what killed him is the final fight where he gets like his tongue stuck in like the oven door, and it looks goofy. He has like this Gene Simmons tongue that stretches out like Mr. Fantastic style and chasing after him, and we see a lot of close-ups of Robert Englund's goofy ass face, and it made me a lot less scared of him, not gonna lie. Freddy gets his tongue stuck and he burns in the oven and dies, where Heather Langenkamp gets her happy ending. Kat, before you continue to a new spooky series, you should question us on animated or live action horror anthology series. Are there any animated horror anthology shows? I know Tales from the Crypt had a horror series, and I watched it, but I'm not sure if I want to review it because the show just doesn't really do much for me. It's definitely fun. It has cool concept, but in the end, it is a very watered down version of the good Tales from the Crypt show. It is more family friendly and safer, which is why I haven't jumped at reviewing the Tales from the Crypt Keeper yet. But Johnny Cassira is definitely a win. I'm guessing the next one is Jason, and he'll be on S rank. Yeah, we should do Jason next. I have a lot of accessible show ideas. Hi there, I'm only here for a little bit. Hey, just some random guy, glad you made it. So anyways, yeah, Entity Freddy, we'll put on B. He was definitely decent, and I'm grateful for what he did, bringing Freddy back into the scary limelight, but not one of my favorite interpretations of him. The classic Freddy for life, and definitely better than Jackie Earle Haley. Alright, so let's do the other big guy, the J-Man. Old Man Jason, the spirit of Camp Crystal Lake. Alright, I believe this is classic Jason. So, Jason Voorhees, yeah, he's definitely S rank, like, you know it. You know Jason is a classic. This is the Camp Crystal Lake killer, the deformed mountain man in the woods. He had a loving mom who was also a psycho killer, tried to avenge his death when he drowned in a lake, but she ended up dying, and Jason ended up surviving being drowned, came back to life, and is now killing in the name of his mother, and going on wacky adventures, fighting arch enemies like Tommy Jarvis, going to New York, and going to space, and fighting Freddy, and so forth. I know Norman's probably going to be high, but that's just me. We'll get to him soon. Got a lot of killers. But we're on Jason, and yeah, of course, Jason's S rank. This guy is in the same league as Freddy, to the point where they had this epic crossover movie, and everybody who was a Friday the 13th fan and an Elm Street fan, of course, came together, and we all know Jason's cool. This guy is savage. He is the voiceless killer in the woods. He wears a hockey mask. He's secretly deformed underneath that mask. He couldn't even die. He's come back as a zombie multiple times. He's been played by so many great actors like Ted White, Kane Hodder, and I think Derek Mears actually did a good job as him in the Platinum Dunes reboot. Well, the real Jason deserves S rank. Definitely not so much for the fake one. Yeah, we'll get to that. Unfortunately, it was a low-budget movie. Yeah. Erie, Indiana, The Mysteries of Moville, The Black Hole School, and more. Daddy Jason, the daddy of slashers. Yep. Jason is pretty much a horror icon. Like, this guy's franchise has been around forever. There used to be a time period where this guy got a movie like every year. Like, look at the 80s. Like, pretty much almost 90% of Jason's films came out in the 80s. Like, you know him, the hockey mask killer. Jason is very creepy, but also very fun. This guy is an old school slasher killer. He's out in the woods. Idiot teenagers usually come to his turf, and he kills them, sometimes out of psychotic hatred, out of keeping them off his land, and sometimes, like Tommy Jarvis, out of revenge. Yeah, Jason has a very high kill count. One of my favorite kills of Jason, very hard to say because he just has so many. The guy has like a cool kill in every movie. Like, gosh, I don't even know where to start. What is my favorite kill with Jason? He's got a ton. I guess off the top of my head, I do like when now I remember. The one where he kills the wheelchair guy. Like, in part 2, the wheelchair guy's, like, going out and he hears something, and Jason throws a cleaver at his face and pushes the wheelchair down a whole bunch of stairs. And it is, like, so over the top and so brutal. I definitely liked it, and it shows you what a sadist Jason is because he threw the wheelchair guy down a long flight of stairs just to rub it in the wounds before he died. Yeah, that's my favorite kill, the wheelchair kill. What's my least favorite? Any in Part 7, because the MPAA really neutered that film. Basically, Jason does a lot of generic stabbing in that movie, and you can really pick any of them except for the psychiatrist. The psychiatrist getting his groin shattered by the weed whacker, definitely fun, but every other kill in that just boring. That liquid nitrogen kill, yeah, Jason X, awesome movie. Okay, Kat, let's set up this best Jason kill and worst Jason kill. I just went over that. I like the wheelchair kill. I think that is one of the best kills. Least favorite, any in part 7. That's basically just him stabbing someone. It, like, usually cuts away. The MPAA slaughtered that film with censorship. A lot of them pretty lame and forgettable. Also, there's Jason parody named Johnny from Violent Nature. No, don't know what that is. I will give my favorite kill of Jason in Jason X, the liquid nitrogen kill. Yeah, that's unique. It is so unique. Definitely iconic, but I'm going with a classic Jason kill. Oh, how about Best Final Girl in Unmasked Jason on Friday the 13th? I did do my top 10 favorite Final Girls, and Ginny made it on there. She's one of my favorites. I love Friday the 13th Part 2 the most. It is actually my favorite Jason movie. Yes, the one where he doesn't have the hockey mask is one of my favorites. I think Jason is so creepy in that movie. There's a lot of tension, a lot of buildup, and Jason is not played for laughs yet, which made him super creepy in my eyes. It is one of my favorite because I find it the scariest, even all these years later. It is one of my top tier Friday the 13th movies. I know Jason X and Part 6 are way better, but what can I say? I like what I like. And Jason S. Rank, of course, we all know this guy. We all love him. The horror community worships him. He is one of the super-powered slasher killers and definitely belongs here up on the mega killers. Isn't in Part 7 the only time he used a motorized weapon? Unless you want to count a spear gun, but yeah, I think that is. So when are you doing Friday the 13th series review? Oh, the TV show? Probably not, because it doesn't have anything to do with Jason, and the episodes are like an hour long, and I can't really find the show anywhere. So probably skipping that one. Even though part 2 is a bit of a rehash of the first one. Yeah, it is, but Jason had a lot more intimidation than Betsy Palmer did. I'm just gonna say that. He uses a machete the least in that movie in part 2. Yeah, he uses the pickaxe. That was his trademark weapon in that movie, and I mean, the pickaxe is pretty brutal, too. It was like shoving a drill through you, so I didn't think it was that bad. Unmasked Jason, which one? Oh, definitely part 7. I think Unmasked Jason, part 7 Jason, actually looks really gnarly. He looks like a zombie. He's so rotten that he has a demonic face. Kane Hodder is one of the top tier Jasons, and he always gets the best makeup jobs in his movies. I love the part 7 unmasking, where he's gray and zombie-like, and he has like a ghoul teeth, and he is pretty much full-blown zombie mode in that film. Yeah, definitely part 7. What about how his mother was the killer in the first film? I do like Betsy Palmer as the killer, but we all know Jason is pretty much the real star of the Friday the 13th saga. Alright, speaking of which, let's get to our next Jason. This is the Platinum Dunes Jason, Derek Mears, and honestly, I think he was pretty good. I'm gonna put him on A. Yeah, okay, so he's not the classic Jason we all know and love. He is a reimagined Jason. This is the one from the Michael Bay Platinum Dunes remakes, and out of all the Platinum Dunes horror remakes, I thought Friday the 13th was easily their best one. Why? Because they actually understood this franchise and made a good Friday the 13th movie. And their reimagining of Jason was actually fairly decent. I think Derek Mears did a great job because his Jason is a lot more menacing, more feral, more enraged, more primal, and this Jason actually runs. He is more of the hunter Jason, rather than the supernatural bulky Hulk we all know. I heard that Kane Hodder almost died, but it said that the mask saved him. Oh, lucky him. The backstory of Jason makes you feel bad for him. He was picked on, yeah. The 2009 remake was my personal favorite of the Friday the 13th movies. Yeah, you got good taste, Light Jones. I did used to hate the remake like everyone else because, well, it's made by the Platinum Dunes company who hasn't had a good horror remake in a long time. But I have grown to it. I have actually enjoyed it. I do own it on DVD. I got the killer cut, and yeah, I will say the remake has actually gone under one of my top favorites of the franchise. This remake is pretty solid, and this Jason was pretty good and had some good kills. Yeah, this Jason is a savage. He is primal. My favorite kill of this Jason is when he kills the cop. He like jumps down from like the roof, the cop's at the door, and he stabs him through the face with a fire poker, and we see the camera go through the guy getting stabbed to the other side of the door where we see the dagger come through, almost beheading Caitlin Snow too. It is gnarly. It's a cool shot and a really graphic kill. I really liked it. My least favorite kill, there might be a few in here because his kills are a bit more generic. I think dragging the guy under like the floorboards, like the first group who goes to Jason's cabin. Jason ambushes the guy, like Dean Winchester's sister and her boyfriend, and he stabs through the floor. It's a cool scene at first, but then when he stabs the guy, he drags him down to the floor and we hear him get killed, which honestly a bit lame. I get what they're going for. It's like a more ambiguous, creepy kill, but Aliens kind of did it better. It's what's his name? Like Hudson gets like dragged down by the aliens, and it reminded me of that scene where Jason stabs through the floor and drags a guy down and he gets killed off screen, but because we know the aliens are more animalistic, it's more creepy. Battle Royale of bad Jason and Freddy bad movies. I will say the worst Freddy movie, easily the remake. The worst Jason movie, Jason Goes to Hell. I think it is awful. I think it is one of the worst things to the franchise. OK Cat, Jason Tales Manhattan, Jason Goes to Hell, and Freddy's Dead. All of those are awful, but the worst I would have to go with is Jason Goes to Hell because they did so much damage to Voorhees in that movie, and the plot is so ridiculous. I heard that opening of the 2009 remake has one of the longest openings of a horror movie, or a movie in general. It's like 25 minutes before the title card. Yeah, that's what everyone points out, and like, it's almost like the first act of the entire movie is just the intro. It is 25 minutes, and they fake you out into believing this group is supposed to be the main characters, but kind of drags their antics on too long. I think it should have just began with them already out there camping in the woods. Yeah, it made more sense, and it would have cut the intro in half, but honestly, I can live with it. It's not the worst thing in the world, and it's not a total deal breaker, but yeah, it is pretty funny going in half an hour almost, and then you get the title card. Friday the 13th, the series, or Friday's Curse, is an American-Canadian fantasy horror TV show. Yeah, I know the show you're talking about, but I don't know, I'm not interested in talking about it because Jason isn't even involved, and the creator openly said he may use the title Friday the 13th to trick people into watching it, and yeah, I'm not gonna buy into that. The TV series follows Mickey Foster and her cousin Ryan Dalian, the owners of an antique store. Yeah, they sell trinkets that cause supernatural things to a random customer of the week. Hey, network, glad you made it. Okay, read that. He was easily the most dangerous Jason in all of the series because of his intellect and agility, and unlike the other movies, he actually looks scary when running. Yeah, Jason looks creepy when he's running. He's more so a feral hunter in this reboot. It is pretty cool. And we actually see how the Jason teleport works. He has an underground cavern, like Jason has this old abandoned mine shaft, which he uses to get around the Crystal Lake area. He's like literally walking through a tunnel system, and he has like traps and tripwires to let him know, like alarms everywhere. This Jason is a lot smarter than the usual Jason. He is pretty much a full-blown hunter, and I think that actually helped make him scary. The one thing I will give that was bad about him is he somehow believes Dean Winchester's sister is his mom, like, because she looks like him, and, like, no, she looks like Pamela Voorhees, and he thinks it's her, and he keeps her, like, locked up, but somehow he, like, knows that she's trying to escape him, so he is aware that this isn't fully his mom, but is still duped into believing it's her when she does the sweater trick. They do kind of miss with the writing on that one, but I get what they were going for. It's a homage to the Good Friday movies. It is canon to the Friday the 13th franchises. Okay, I guess the show is, but I'm still not interested in talking about it. I say masterfully merged episodes 1, 2, and 3. Of the Jason movies, yeah, I would say that. Where it's shown on YouTube by Lionheart Filmworks YouTube channel. Okay, good for them. He still had teleportation, such as when he was literally able to recapture the main girl. Yeah, I wish she didn't kill Caitlin Snow. I liked her. She was a better final girl than the sister was. I wish Caitlin Snow lived to the end because it was actually shocking that she got assassinated, stabbed in the back, and dragged off and supposedly killed. There are fans who believe, well, she might be alive, but she's gonna be wounded. I hope she is, honestly, because I like Danielle Panabaker. She was the best character of the group. She and Dean Winchester. But yeah, Jason killed the best girl in the film, so he does get points for that as a slasher killer. And yeah, I will say Derek Mears is Jason, definitely A tier. He's almost at S, but unfortunately we have not gotten that sequel yet in almost 10 years, so we're probably not going to see him again. But A tier, he's not bad, he's definitely decent. Same, yeah, wish Daniel Panabaker lived. The series and films have several cast and crew ties. The show's producers, Frank Mancuso Jr., was the producer of the films. Okay. Directly to Friday the 13th film series, but utilized the idea of Friday the 13th, which it symbolizes bad luck and curses. Well, okay, but I'm not interested in reviewing it. Okay, so we do gotta get our bad Jason on here. Let's talk about Roy Burns. And yeah, he's gone into F. Yeah. Does anyone like Roy Burns? This is the pretender Jason, the copycat killer. For those of you who don't know, Jason was officially dead after Friday the 13th, the final chapter. However, because this franchise made money, they needed a new way to come back. So they made Friday the 13th Part 5, A New Beginning, where they have a copycat killer stealing Jason's identity and killing, using his moniker basically, for their own villain agenda. In comes Roy Burns. And yeah, I'm just gonna say it. Roy Burns sucks. Roy Burns is not a good killer for one big reason. His evil plan makes no sense. Basically, we follow Tommy Jarvis being moved to an asylum at Camp Crystal Lake. However, an accident happens and one of the mental patients murders this fat kid named Joey. Joey is the son of Roy Burns, and Roy Burns becomes like a new age Pamela Voorhees. He's triggered by his son's death and wants to get revenge on the asylum for failing to keep his boy safe, and wants to murder everyone working at this asylum, doctor and patient and friend of them included. However, his plan makes no sense because Roy Burns kills several thousand people completely unassociated with the mental asylum. In case I don't see ya, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Alright, see ya. Yeah, Jason's hockey mask did pop up in the TV show, but that doesn't mean really much. It's just a cameo. The Jason Voorhees that wasn't Jason Voorhees. And yeah, Roy Burns sucks. The film also made it obvious that he was the villain with his face expressions too. Yeah, Roy Burns is so obviously the killer that it's kind of embarrassing that they thought it would be a surprise twist. Like, Roy Burns is there in the background, he pops up, we see him getting pissed off at people like cracking like jokes or not caring about the dead kid, and it's very obvious he has an attachment to this Joey character, and he's popping up, letting like his 2 cents in when we don't know who he is. And yeah, it's pretty easy to figure out. They try and throw you off guard with several red herrings who don't work because Roy Burns kills them off like 2 minutes after they keep getting introduced. Also, I heard that Part 6 is the only Friday film with no nudity in it. Yeah, that is true. That Part 6 doesn't have any boobs in it, and that is the only negative it actually has. Part 6, great movie, but none of that classic Friday sex. But yeah, I still watch it. Friday the 13th Part 5, I do have this movie, mostly because it has some of the best nudity in it, and I do actually like Shepard's Tommy Jarvis. Part 5, like, Tommy Jarvis is the only reason why I still own my copy of Part 5. Well, that and all the hot nudity, but yeah. Roy Burns, pretty bad killer. His plan makes no sense. He's killing several dozen characters who don't even know his son, who aren't even associated with the people he's seeking revenge on, and yeah, it doesn't even make sense narratively. People told me, well, they're like practice kills, but he kills some people who don't even have a clue what's going on and don't even know him, so it doesn't work. Horror Squad made a video theorizing why Roy pretended to be Jason in part 5. I did hear there was a fan theory that Jason possessed Roy and, like, was using him, but I don't want to count Jason Goes to Hell as canon. I don't like Psychic Jason. That is just a dumb idea. I know I do like the theory that Jason's a Deadite, but that's actually cool and fun, and it does have a limit to his powers. I don't like Jason being a psychic kid, and he's actually mentally toying with Tommy Jarvis and Roy Burns in that movie. It's just dumb. And Roy Burns kills basically everyone in this asylum except for Tommy Jarvis, Pam, and this little kid who's pretty much isn't working at the asylum anymore by that point, and he's basically gone nuts and killing a lot of people who actually cared about his son or had nothing to do with his death. But Roy Burns dies a pretty pathetic death. He gets his hand sliced off and he falls off the barn and gets impaled on like this thresher. Yeah, the thresher, like Mortal Kombat spikes him to death. And we find out it was actually Roy the entire time, which you can see coming from a mile away. And Roy Burns basically went down in infamy as a copycat killer because he's a fake Jason. Even his outfit looked off. Like, you could tell it's Roy because he has the blue marks on his mask instead of the red. He wears, like, Michael Myers' like, jumpsuit, which, again, pretty weird. There's like they're like dropping clues that something's off about this Jason. And like, yeah, no duh, because Jason's dead and the movie keeps reminding you that he was turned into ash. Yeah, awful. Roy Burns is bad, and he is not one of the most fondly remembered horror icons ever. Let's just put it at that. He is the pretender Jason, and after all these years, I still put him under F. A New Beginning honestly had pieces of a good movie, but it was not executed well. The series about a group of individuals rooting out evil supernatural occurrences, creating a mold into which many later series fit. The reason why Jason couldn't really run is because he was played by a 60-year-old man in part 2. Oh, he was pretty spry. And Kane was told that he was not allowed to catch up to the main protagonist when running. Well, yeah, that would mean Jason would win in the first 5 minutes. Alright, so let's end Friday the 13th with the mother of the greatest horror icon, Pamela Voorhees. Played by the late, great Betsy Palmer for at least 2 movies. She's the original killer of Friday the 13th Part 1, so she's technically the one who started it all, and she has a cameo in Part 2. Then after that, they got a lot of Betsy Palmer lookalikes to essentially fill her role as Jason's ghost advisor. Mrs. Voorhees, I'm not going to put her in S, but I will put her on A. Yeah, Mrs. Voorhees, definitely a cool character. She did not reach iconic status like her son did, but I mean, how could you hate this character? Betsy Palmer really owns this role. She is a creepy, psychopathic, grieving mother who goes on this evil murder spree in the first movie. Jason is supposedly dead. He drowned to death, and she believes her son drowned and died at Crystal Lake, and she's attacking and killing people trying to reopen the summer camp to prevent it from happening again. Prevent people from losing their kids like she did. Getting revenge on the camp counselors who costed her a great son. And basically she's lost her mind and killing several people who didn't even cause Jason's death, but want to reopen the summer camp. So she does things like murdering people, poisoning the water supply, disrupting the camp's construction, and so on and so forth. So basically the ancestors of relatives of Sardo from Are You Afraid of the Dark. Read that. The OG GOAT. Didn't she show up in Freddy vs. Jason? Yeah, she did, but it's actually Freddy in disguise as Mrs. Voorhees, so technically you can count she didn't. Yeah, she was in Freddy vs. Jason, and they did get a pretty good lookalike for the Never Hike Alone films. Mrs. Voorhees, loving mother. She actually loved her Jason, so his death pretty much destroyed her. It devastated her. She lost her mind and is killing camp counselors. Betsy Palmer delivers a very fantastic performance as this unhinged, grieving mother who lost it all and is basically lashing out at the world, killing innocent camp counselors. She didn't kill the 2 idiots who caused her son to die. They were too busy making love instead of watching him. It's never outright said to you, but it's implied that Jason, when he was a kid, was mentally challenged. He's mentally disabled, he's deformed, he's an artard, and Mrs. Voorhees needed him under surveillance a lot, and the one time the camp counselors didn't do their job, Jason went out and drowned in the lake trying to prove he could swim. This was kind of retcon that he was trying to stand up to like bullies and he got pushed in the water, and Jason died trying to show that he could swim, but unfortunately he couldn't and he drowned. And Betsy Palmer's Mrs. Voorhees basically blames the camp and is getting revenge on them for his death. Betsy Palmer also voiced Belle Witch in the Belle Witch movie, Hera and the Goddess of Love, and Anna Rhodes in Waltzing Anna. Never Hike Alone is so good. We did review Never Hike Alone and Never Hike in the Snow. Have not done the second one yet. I'm too busy with Goosebumps right now, but yeah, they're pretty good movies. I really like them. I did review the first two, so those are available on YouTube if you want to watch. The one that started it all, good character of one losing their mind over her son, and has a pretty gruesome decapitation death too. Yeah, Betsy Palmer getting beheaded, it made horror history basically. That is the scene everyone remembers of her. That and her monologue to Alice where she's flashing back to Jason. She kind of took on Jason's personality, and imagine she's still talking to him. Imagine her son telling her to kill people. She is pretty nuts. Yeah, she's pretty crazy. Betsy Palmer really sells it as grieving psychopath really well. My favorite kill with her, oh man, there's a lot of good kills. I would say stabbing Kevin Bacon underneath the bed with the arrow. That one was pretty gruesome. That was savage as heck. She's like under the bed when Kevin Bacon and his girlfriend are having their sex scene, and when Kevin Bacon's resting alone, surprise, the killer was underneath them the whole time. She grabs him and stabs an arrow through him. My least favorite kill, I think the well, what was his name? Steve Christy, that's it. Steve Christy, because he dies off screen. It's actually a pretty cool scene. Like, Steve Christy makes it to Crystal Lake on foot, and he sees someone shining a flashlight at him. She's obscured, and it's pretty scary because he recognizes who the killer is. He's like, oh, hi, what are you doing in this mess? And then we see him, like, get jump scared, and he gets killed off screen, which is kind of lame. It's like all that buildup, and we don't even see the guy die. He just gets shanked off screen, and his body is up in the tree. Him being bullied and pushed into the water made a little bit more sense. Yeah, I agree. I was fine with that retcon. She had a superhuman strength if she was able to do that. Yeah, throwing the guy up in the tree. That's my favorite kill as well. Yeah, the piercing arrow on Kevin Bacon. Also, I remember Pamela say to Jason to kill Michael Myers in Death Battle. Yeah, Mrs. Voorhees, even after death, her presence is still felt in the Friday the 13th saga. Mrs. Voorhees was not a one-time character, despite Betsy Palmer only being in 2 movies. Her ghost basically influences Jason. After Alice decapitates her, Jason was still alive and he saw his mom die that day. It's best shown in the Michael Bay reboot, but yeah, apparently he was there. He saw mommy die. He took her head, and basically he fantasizes mommy talking to him like Norman Bates style, encouraging him to carry on her work and kill those who come to Crystal Lake. Jason just wants his mother back. He's killing all these people in her name, and he fantasizes her ghost influencing him. That is pretty much why she made it this high, because yeah, she still has an influence on this franchise as a whole. He made a shrine for his dead mother, and he imagines her ghost talking to Jason and goading him into killing people some more. I think the game also did a good job with this because she's kind of the voice of the game helping you, the player. Pretty creative. Sad Friday the 13th, the game got disabled. Yeah, if you haven't heard, that cool multiplayer game is gone now. They killed the servers, it is gone. Have you ever noticed that Jason Voorhees actually wields the same machete that beheaded his mother? Yeah, did he? I don't think he did. He, like, trades up machetes, like, every movie. Like, even in the 4th movie, he stole, like, a hospital machete, but whatever. Yeah, Mrs. Voorhees A rank. She is awesome. She is an underrated horror icon. She almost makes it to S rank, but unfortunately, the franchise kind of dumped her and focused more on Jason as it went along. She did make a great return in the Never Hike Alone saga as Jason's Force Ghost, but that's a story for another time. As is, yeah, Betsy Palmer's Pamela Voorhees is an A tier at least. Very good. Okay, you want Norman Bates. Hey, Ira, so glad you made it. Alright, let's talk about the founding father of the slasher genre, Norman Bates, played by Anthony Perkins and eventually Charlie from Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Norman Bates from the Psycho saga, yes, there was more than one, is S tier. Yeah, I'm gonna put him on S tier. I love the Psycho franchise. Yes, there are more than the Alfred Hitchcock one. This was pretty much one of the founding fathers of the slasher genre. Norman Bates is a psychopath with a split personality disorder. He was abused by his mom, but her abuse was so horrible that basically she still haunts him all his life, and he developed a split personality of her when she eventually died, by his own hand, of course. And basically, Norman has a split persona of his mother, still guiding him, still abusing him, and taking over his body, killing people. We all go a little mad sometimes, haven't you? Yeah, great quote. Anthony Perkins, Norman Bates, S tier. I love Norman Bates, and believe it or not, he actually got better in the Psycho sequels. For those of you who don't know, this was Alfred Hitchcock's household name movie, Psycho. One of the greatest horror movies ever. Norman Bates runs the Bates Motel, this dingy, creepy hotel, and his mom's creepy haunted mansion out in like the middle of a nowhere desert. Basically, fools check in, but they don't check out. He runs a motel. He used to run it with his abusive mom until she eventually died. He poisoned her and her lover, like poisoned their tea, and they both died horribly, unless you watch the Bates Motel prequel where it retconned into he poisoned her with carbon monoxide. But yeah, she's not in the picture anymore, but her spirit still lingers. He suffered such horrid abuse from Norma Bates, his mom, to the point where it's like it caused him severe mental illness, and he grew a split personality because he can't live without her, even though he hates her so much. The mother persona lives inside Norman Bates' mind and compels him to kill people because his mom was a monster in real life. I remember watching this with my class, and my class still didn't catch on that he was the killer. Yeah, because they kind of fake you out. Psycho 1, it follows Janet Leigh's Marion Crane. You're led to believe that she's actually the main character, and she's actually psychotic because she does have some mental illness, and we see inside her mind a lot. But surprise, Alfred Hitchcock invented the fake-out protagonist of horror. She dies halfway in the movie. She gets stabbed in the shower by Mother, who we don't really know is long dead by this point, gets stabbed by Mother, and we reveal that Norman Bates is actually the villain protagonist of this movie. In 2024, new live stream just dropped. Hey, Blacksmith, we're on Norman Bates from Psycho. Great to have you, Blacksmith. I hope you do a David Lynch tribute. Yeah, Norman Bates, one of my favorite horror killers, and believe it or not, he actually got better as these movies went on. Yes, Psycho 1 actually has sequels. There's Psycho, Psycho 2, Psycho 3, Psycho 4, The Beginning, the Bates Motel TV movie, which we don't talk about, the god-awful Gus Van Sant remake, and the Bates Motel prequel. Anthony Perkins basically played Norman Bates for 4 movies, the Alfred Hitchcock one, all the way to Psycho 4, The Beginning. And he does a really good job. Norman Bates is cool because he's a slasher killer who doesn't want to be a slasher killer. Norman Bates wants to be normal, but his mental illness basically ruins his chances at having a normal life, finding happiness, and redeeming. Norman Bates wants to be a good guy, but he's so mentally unwell that he keeps falling back into bad habits and letting his abusive mom run his life. Even from beyond the grave, she still has a stranglehold on him. Any suggestions for a David Lynch tribute? Well, Blacksmith, I was gonna say, why don't you do like a ranking of his movies? Like you could, or maybe do like a review marathon of all his movies, the ones you haven't touched yet, since you love his filmography so much. I've been waiting to hear your thoughts on Dune, and there's also that one where the farmer like rides across country on a tractor to like visit his brother at like a family reunion. I would suggest doing a David Lynch review marathon or like a ranking of his films. Remind me of Futaba from Persona 5, where she could hear her mother when she died from a run over by car. Yeah, kind of like that. Norma Bates, her like, they treat her as kind of like a ghost in Norman's life. We know she's long dead, but we see in his psychotic mind, basically, that she's still present, she's still talking to him. Norman Bates keeps his mom's corpse in her bedroom and talks to it, treating her like she's alive and even sleeps with it, which is so creepy, so unsettling. It is one of those characters where he's comes across like a normal guy. He's like the sympathetic goofball kind of lovable dork. He's shy, he's socially awkward, but deep within behind his mind, behind closed doors, he's really unhinged and very unwell. We see how deranged Norman really is. I love him in Psycho 2, 3, and 4 because basically it's Norman Bates' redemption arc. After movie 1, Norman Bates actually undergoes a redemption arc. In movie 2, he tries to resume a normal life and become sane, but some victims of his past want revenge on him and basically gaslight him. Norman's not entirely over his evil mom and not fully mentally there. He undergoes some trauma, faces his inner demons in all these films basically, but keeps falling back into his killer mode. Psycho 2, really great sequel. I highly recommend watching Psycho 2 because it's actually pretty good. It is underrated. Then Psycho 3, we now know Norman's the killer. He's back to his evil ways, but he's trying to redeem himself and trying to be good. He falls in love with this like runaway nun. He has a romance with her, but Norman's evil is finally ruining his chances at happiness. He actually has a shot at being happy, but Mother still haunts him and his murderous impulses keep ruining everything. He gets arrested at the end of the movie, but then Psycho 4, the beginning happens where we look at his past and we actually get to see what life with Norma Bates was like. Norma Bates, played by the late great Olivia Hussey, really great, and we actually do see a sad side to Norman. This is what made Norman so good. He's a slasher killer you actually feel for. He has a sympathetic side. Norman wants to be good, but you root for him to finally overcome his schizophrenia and split persona and whatever. Would you call Psycho the first slasher, or was there one before? I think Psycho is indeed one of the first slasher movies. Some people might claim Black Christmas is, but Norman Bates actually has a huge body count, and he gains more kills as he gets sequels, so yeah. Alright, so Anthony Perkins really owns this role. He is so unsuspecting of as being a killer. He's the kind of guy you wouldn't think he'd be capable of being evil, but he really is because deep down he's mentally scarred. And that makes him sympathetic. It makes him very well-rounded for a slasher killer, and I really love this franchise. The only god-awful entries are Gus Van Sant's remake with Vince Vaughn as Norman Bates. Don't worry, I don't think Vince Vaughn is on this list, thankfully. But yeah, Vince Vaughn's Norman Bates was bad, and the Bates Motel TV movie was bad, but because it was kind of a spin-off, I don't really count it. Jason was kind of sympathetic too. Yeah, he is until you get to part 3, where he might have been a rapist. Yeah, no comment on that, but the fan base pretends that never happened. Yes, I would call Psycho the first slasher. That one was good. I really love Norman Bates, and I think he is underrated. I told Spooky Dookie Podcast that I would include Norman Bates on my Mount Rushmore of horror icons, because he's pretty much one of the founding fathers of the genre and started it all. Anthony Perkins is great. I thought about reviewing the Psycho movies, but it's kind of up in the air. I'm not sure people even are aware that he had sequels. That's kind of one of the things. But yeah, Norman Bates, S rank, of course he is. I know a lot of people love Freddy and Jason, but he doesn't dethrone them, but he is definitely up there on their same level. Norman Bates deserves more respect, and I highly recommend people watch the Psycho sequels too, because they definitely helped the first one make it even better. Okay, so who to do next? I don't think Vince Vaughn made it on this list. I thought this was him, but it doesn't look like him. Alright, maybe we should do Leatherface, another founding father of the slasher genre. Alright, Emily Alucard, I hope you're watching. We're gonna do the chainsaw-wielding cannibal cook Leatherface from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre franchise. And Leatherface, oh boy, I might put him on B. Yeah, I know, I can hear the angry comments in the Flame Wars. Leatherface is not one of my favorite slasher killers. If you don't know, this is the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Basically, a bunch of idiot teenagers in their Scooby van get lost in the Texas desert, where Leatherface and his cannibal family, the Sawyers, live, and secretly hunt them down the Hills Have Eyes style so they can eat them. They're cannibals. Leatherface is a cannibal. They call him Leatherface because he takes this victim's skins and makes a mask out of them. He makes outfits out of them. Unfortunately, the trans woman one was my least favorite, but yeah. Yeah, Leatherface, he skins people and we never see him without like a leather mask on. He's wearing someone else's face and stealing their identity. Oh, by the way, I forgot my favorite Norman Bates kills. My favorite one, actually, I will say Detective Arbogast. Him getting stabbed is a huge surprise and a really effective jump scare. When Norman jumps the detective on the stairs dressed as mother, he like stabs him and we get this funny scene of the detective falling back down the stairs. Yeah, this was before special effects were more better, so please bear with me. But yeah, I do like Arbogast's death in that movie. One of my least favorite kills, definitely when his love interest Maureen dies in Psycho 3. She also accidentally falls down the stairs, but gets impaled on a Cupid arrow because lol, it's ironic. That was definitely more goofy than it was tragic, so yeah. Maureen's my least favorite Norman kill. Detective Arbogast, definitely my favorite because there's a lot more surprise to it. I know the shower scene is iconic, but I like the kills that you don't see coming. What exactly makes something a slasher? At first I thought it was a horror film where a killer chases someone with a knife, but Shocker is considered one and the killer in that uses a gun. Okay, Blacksmith, a slasher movie is a killer with a high body count. It's a character that's killing a lot of people. There's several characters dead. The villain is successfully executing a ton of characters. We see innocent people die. We see the killer getting away with kills and high body count movies, basically. And it is all one man. It is not a cosmic entity or a monster eating people. It is a psychotic hunter kind of killer with racking up high body counts. I honestly feel bad for Jason. He didn't deserve all of that. Yeah, I do feel bad for Jason. He's sympathetic too. You know, until part 3 and Jason goes to hell. Anyways, back to Leatherface. I'm putting him on B. He's not one of my favorites. And not helping matters is because he's actually a minion of his evil family. The Sawyer family are the real brains of the operation. His, like, evil brothers, the hitchhiker, unfortunately Matthew McConaughey, whoever he... Yeah, please don't bring up The Next Generation, it is awful. I see Big City Greens makes a kid-friendly Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Yeah, that was funny. Hey, Jon Snow, you made it. Right now we're on Leatherface. And this is my problem. Leatherface is pretty much mentally challenged. He is a retard. He's an idiot. He falls down and hurts himself a lot. And he's pretty much a big stupid brute. A very effective brute because Leatherface is violent and dangerous, but not very, how should I put this? Like, not really a grandiose villain up there with the S-rank masters. Leatherface is a pawn. You do feel sorry for him because his abusive family is basically corrupting him, unless you see the stupid Leatherface prequel movie. And yeah, Leatherface also has a ton of garbage sequels. I'm gonna be real, I only like the first Texas Chainsaw Massacre movie. I am a purist of that franchise. I think there was only one good movie and all the rest sucked. I hated Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2. I never saw 3. My friend Emily really wants me to see the third one because it's a good movie, but never gave it a chance because I hated the second one. I hated the 3D one. Do your thing, cuz. Remember that classic? I did see the Platinum Dunes the first remake, not the second one, which was sort of a prequel. I liked R. Lee Ermey more in that movie than I did like Leatherface. And unfortunately, I did see the Texas Chainsaw Massacre: The Next Generation. I love teasing Emily by reminding her Matthew McConaughey is the worst character because he upstages Leatherface. How many kills would you say it takes to constitute as a slasher? Well, Norman Bates had at least 4, so I would say at least 4 or 5 kills. You could count yourself as a slasher by then. Yeah, Norman Bates had some kills under his belt. We only see a couple in this first movie, but he did confirm that he killed several people beforehand. The episode is Pizza Deliverance. Okay, I never saw Big City Greens. Like, how did Disney use a horror movie reference in a kid's show? Well, Gravity Falls also had The Thing. So, yeah, you can get away with that. The Country Cannibal Catastrophe is a parody of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, but also resembles The Hills Have Eyes. Shane Houghton confirmed the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Technically, Jaws should qualify as a slasher. Well, Bruce the Shark is more so an animal, while these are actual characters. So, yeah, we are taking some creative liberties here, but also applying some rules to this list. I remember the second remake Leatherface beheaded the female friend with the chainsaw. Yeah, that did happen. Okay, so my favorite Leatherface kills, definitely the infamous hook kill. He chases the girl, she sees him and runs out of his house, but Leatherface captures her, then impales her on a meat hook and forces her to watch as he butchers her boyfriend as she bleeds out from that impalement. It is a savage kill and really hardcore despite no blood being shown. That meat hook kill is one of the greatest kills of this franchise, so I will say that is my favorite. My least favorite, I know people will be sad, but the first one, like the first kill in the movie is my least favorite, where the guy is like walking around the house and he trips on this ramp for animals and Leatherface just opens the door and kills him in like 2 whacks. He like whacks him on the head and he's like squealing like a pig or something. A lot of people really like that scene, but me, I thought it was just really goofy and kind of awkward. Jack Frost. Oh, you want him next? Okay. First, let's do Leatherface. Yeah. Leatherface, he also kind of goes out like a wuss. At the end of the first movie, he's chasing Sally through the house. He's cutting down doors, and he gets hit by like a wrench by a trucker, and he falls and cuts himself with his own chainsaw, and he loses the girl. He's crying in pain, and then he does that weird dance in the sunrise kind of scene. Everybody knows what I'm talking about. The ending where he's flailing his chainsaw all pissed off and mad, and it's supposed to be one of the scariest moments, but I feel like it's more of the villain rage quitting. When I was young, I thought the first Texas Chainsaw Massacre was actually a true story. Because of the trailer outright states it is. Made me so scared of the film. Well, yeah, Leatherface was based off of Ed Gein, but Ed Gein didn't really have a high kill count either. He was a serial killer, but he only killed like 2 or 3 people. He was more so a grave robber. He loved looting corpses and taking bones and taking them back, like kind of like how the Sawyer family does. Yeah, Leatherface, like, he's not one of my favorite franchise killers, that's the thing. I'm putting him on B. He was okay, and I definitely don't hate the original, but he did get bastardized by a lot of his sequels, and unfortunately, he was only a decent killer in one film. I would say his brothers were far more scarier in that film. But yeah, Leatherface, sorry, he's a B. Alright, so let's do remake Leatherface. Oh yeah, the Platinum Dunes guy, who is going to be our first C tier. Yeah, if you don't know, Platinum Dunes also did a remake of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Well, sort of reboot, but honestly, I didn't really feel anything for this Leatherface. He is a very lame knockoff of Jason, basically. Actually, I think the film says it's true. Yeah, they do say it's a true story. I think, yeah. Basically, yeah, they said the Texas Chainsaw Massacre was based on a true story. No, it was inspired by a true story, but it didn't actually happen, and the people were not real people. It was as real a story as the Blair Witch Project was. Anyways, reboot Leatherface, I thought it was okay. He's more so a knockoff Jason. He's like this 6 foot tall, mute giant, kind of silent killer this time, and more so Jason because he's killing in the name of his family. We do see he gets the infamous Leatherface. They keep his real face in shadows like it's supposed to be some kind of big tension building secret what he looks like, and I'm not really a big fan of the reboots. R. Lee Ermey is the best part in those movies, and he stole the show for me. R. Lee Ermey is the best part of the Leatherface reboots. I'll just leave it at that. Their Leatherface was kind of basic. This guy's a more generic take on Leatherface and doesn't have much going on for him. Gunnar Hansen, the first actor of Leatherface, voiced Albert Kenny in Death House, Daddy in Chainsaw Sally, Ralph in Campfire Tales, Reggie in Apocalypse, and The Beauty Queen. Yeah, Gunnar Hansen, he's pretty cool. This Leatherface, definitely average. He is an average take on the killer, and I don't think anyone's gonna disagree with me that he should be up higher or lower. Just okay. But we do have to talk about our last Texas Chainsaw character, and I think that's Chop Top. Chop Top, I will put on A. Yeah, I agree. Chop Top, really cool character. This is Leatherface's other relative. He's like a crazed Vietnam vet with a plate in his head. They call him Chop Top because his like mind was damaged and he has like metal on his skull. Leatherface get the girl, then Jason or Freddy. He did in one of the remakes, but didn't really like that ending. Anyways, Chop Top, definitely decent. He's funny, he's charismatic. He is the over-the-top killer. He's kind of the Freddy of the Sawyer family. The guy playing him, really good actor, was having the time of his life, and he's returned to numerous Texas Chainsaw entries. Despite being killed at the end of his second movie, he somehow came back. Not quite sure how they explain that, but everybody loves the popular killers. I will agree, Chop Top definitely funny. He is a good comedy killer, so he'll make it on A. Not iconic enough to be S. I know, Leatherface fans, I'm sorry, but I just don't love Leatherface's franchise, but I will admit the character is definitely fun. He'll get an A. Okay, so somebody wanted Jack Frost. Yes, Jack Frost made it on this list. Does anybody even remember this guy? The stupid snowman serial killer. Jack Frost was once a real-life serial killer, but then he died, and then his DNA got spliced together with snow, and he became a magical elemental killer, the Psycho Snowman Jack Frost, and yeah, he's going on F. Jack Frost is terrible. The only things I remember about his movies is that Shannon Elizabeth gets naked in them, but I'd rather watch American Pie for that, because it was also a good movie. Jon Snow, you love Jack Frost. Okay, so I'm ranking this based on the characters, so if you like the Jack Frost movie, go ahead. Me, I'm not a huge fan, mostly because the concept's so ridiculous, and it doesn't help that the director confirmed Jack Frost was supposed to be a parody of Chucky, like a serial killer who uses supernatural means to come back to life as something else, and basically he's a killer snow elemental in these movies. It was creative and funny, childhood classic. You guys, man, I got Jack Frost fans in my stream. Okay, look, I'm sorry I don't like the Jack Frost movies, and unfortunately the killer doesn't do anything for me. I'll show mercy and put him up to E, at least. Yeah, people do like the Jack Frost movies, but I don't. I remember Shannon Elizabeth gets naked in that movie, and that was pretty much one of the highlights of it. But the character of Jack Frost himself, the magic serial killer snowman, such a ridiculous concept. It's a guy who became half man, half snow, and that is seriously his origin. It's one of the Full Moon Pictures' early prototype films, and yeah, it's more of a horror comedy kind of deal. The Pooh and Pinocchio. If you think Jack Frost is bad, there are literally slasher films based off Winnie the Pooh and Pinocchio. Yeah, I have heard of that. I saw those. People are actually requesting me to talk about those, but I don't think I will because so many other critics are already doing that. Bill Moseley, that was his name. He was also Otis B. Driftwood in 3 from Hell, great movie. Buzz in Freddy's Nightmare. Oh. Also, Jack Frost is the horror version of Frosty the Snowman. Yeah, that's pretty obvious. I mean, look at the picture. I remember the Jack Frost from the comedy movie with Bruce Willis. Are you talking about the Michael Keaton Jack Frost? That one was weird. I think the Jack Frost in Michael Keaton's movie was more creepier than this guy. Mostly because they keep using a dumb inflatable and animatronic that does not look intimidating. Yeah, I know, I'm sorry, but Jack Frost, he's going on E because we are judging this based on their characters. Don't worry, we're not judging based on their film quality, so some bad characters might make it up high and some good characters might make it down low. Anything could happen, but Jack Frost, not super into him. I'm putting him on E. Alright, so who to do next? Oh, I guess we should do Ghostface, because Ghostface is also a horror icon. Ghostface, the killer of the Scream saga, voiced by Roger L. Jackson, but played by a multitude of different actors. Ghostface, we're putting on S. Yeah, that's right, Ghostface S tier, he is awesome. This guy exploded into a horror icon really quickly. This is the killer of the Scream saga, the infamous Grim Reaper guy. He calls people using a phone, watches you through your window, stalks people, and is a horror fan quizzing you on trivia for your life. And Ghostface is definitely a modern age slasher killer and a really cool one. Oh, you want Jigsaw next? Okay, we'll do him after. I will admit Jack Frost did have one cool kill. Okay, please share, Blacksmith, because I don't remember a whole lot about Jack Frost. Also, Death Battle picks Lester Jevick from Scarecrow horror movie than Ginger Deadman. Okay. Anyways, Ghostface, S tier. This guy is cool. This guy is awesome. He is scary. He is creepy. And worst of all, Ghostface is typically a real person. Somebody you know in your life is secretly moonlighting as a serial killer and acting as Ghostface for some hidden villain agenda. Ghostface is the killer of every movie, however, he's actually a legacy character. Ghostface is played by Roger L. Jackson in all the movies. He does a great job, got this creepy, smooth, charismatic voice. However, it's a different killer under the mask in each film. A new killer is introduced in every movie, basically carrying on the Ghostface legacy, keeping his fear alive. Ghostface is definitely an influencer type of serial killer. In the first movie, it's Billy and Stu. In the second movie, it's Billy's mom and Mickey. And in the third, it's Sidney's brother, and so on and so forth. If you haven't seen the movies, yeah, basically I don't want to spoil all of them, but they're pretty great. They're pretty good, except for Scream 5 and 6, and we don't talk about Resurrection in these parts. He would kind of freeze someone to death by somewhat absorbing him into himself, sort of like he's eating them. Oh, that is cool. Also, the actor of Shaggy voiced Ghostface. Not voiced, he played him. Matthew Lillard was Ghostface, yeah. What I found interesting is how it was created by a MILF. Okay. Anyways, Ghostface, I really love him. What makes him creepy is that he's more realistic. This is a more grounded serial killer. This Ghostface is a horror fan emulating slasher movies, killing people in kind of the style as an old school horror movie, playing up the tropes, playing up the cliches, trying to make a slasher in real life, basically, killing people in extravagant ways, and stalking the main characters. Usually it's Sidney Prescott, but in the later sequels it's Billy's daughter, who honestly not all that interesting of a character to me. I just found Ghost Billy so ridiculous. Yeah, they made him a DLC in MK1. Emily played as him in a really cool stream. Ghostface is so iconic, he's in Mortal Kombat. Yes, just like Freddy, Jason, and even Leatherface. Also, Scott voiced Major Williams in regular show, Sub-Commander Nevek in Star Trek New Generations, and Nick Fury on Corsair, Dum Dum Dugan, Cyclops, and Ultimate Alliance. Oh, great game. Scott McDonald was also Jack Frost. He also played Gambit and Rasputin in X-Men Legends 2, Rise of Apocalypse. Good for him. Yeah, Ghostface, I like this character. He is fun, he is creepy, and I think the fact that they try to make him realistic actually helped his films because it had more of an identity. They didn't BS on this killer. They pulled no strings, and I love most of his movies. Scream 1 is great, Scream 2 is awesome, Scream 3 I actually love, and the other 4 I have mixed opinions on. Yeah, 4 wasn't a huge fan of, but it had its moments. 5, definitely a weak film. I'm glad it brought the franchise back, but it had its problems. And 6 was pretty forgettable and had a lot of stuff I hated. And we don't talk about Scream Resurrection in these parts. But Ghostface, horror icon, really loved this character's gimmick and revolutionized the slasher genre. I'll be right back, but you guys vote on who you want to see us rank next. BRB. I'm back, bitch. Yeah, I'm here. Will you do a Mortal Kombat tier list? Maybe. I might. There are a lot of Mortal Kombat characters too, though, so it might take us some time. There's talk that a killer in the seventh Scream film is half sibling of Sam and Tara, just like Roman and Sidney. Well, Scream 7's not going to star Sam and Tara because Melissa Barrera's gotten into some trouble on social media. Also, I remember Death Battle put Kevin from Home Alone fighting in Ghostface. Like, Kevin stomps hard. Pinhead, Jigsaw, Babyface. Okay, so got a lot of requests. I guess we'll do Jigsaw next since he's a lot more memorable. Jigsaw, played by Tobin Bell in what, like 13 Saw movies straight? Yeah. This is Jigsaw. You can't tell. This is the guy who uses the funny Billy puppet. Most people know his puppet more than the actual guy, but Jigsaw will go on S tier. Yes, I admit it. Jigsaw is a cool horror character. This is basically the Trap Master Killer, the killer of the Saw franchise, played by Tobin Bell, who my Haunting Hour fans should remember as the creepy shopkeeper who sold the evil thing. Jigsaw is basically more of an evil genius killer. He captures people, then puts them into these death traps where you have to make a sacrifice, have to fight to win if you want to live, and basically he puts them in like these death traps where you have to do a specific task in like a time limit before the trap goes off and kills you. However, his purpose is he wants to teach these terrible people to value life. Like, if you really love your life, then you have to fight to keep it. Is it really worth living? Is it really worth keeping? Teach them kind of a lesson in this screwed up way that life should be cherished, life should be loved, and you took your life for granted, but are you willing to fight to keep it, or are you going to accept death, or not have the stones to do what it takes to keep living in this world? Puts them in death traps. We all know the reverse bear trap. We all know the times, the countdowns, the lethal death cast, the burning people alive, all the really gruesome body horror like traps. Time to play a game. Roger L. Jackson. Yeah, we're moving past Ghostface, Akira. We want Jigsaw. What makes Jigsaw amazing is how the people who are in the traps are actually bad people that escape justice, like a woman who killed her baby and framed her husband. Yeah, Jigsaw is actually a killer with a code. That makes him very unique. Jigsaw is mostly targeting bad people. He's putting a lot of terrible people in situations to teach them a lesson and basically make them reform from their ways if they survive the death traps, or punish them if they're irredeemable bastards, like in a domestic abuser gets killed, a rapist gets killed, what's his name? The drug dealer thug guy in Saw 2 basically died because he couldn't work together with his friends. Yeah, really cool creative franchise. My family believed that if I saw the Saw films, I would make those deadly traps. Well, you have to have a lot of electricity and wiring, so you can't buy that stuff. Always loved the theory that Kevin McAllister grew up to be Jigsaw. Yeah, that is a fan theory, that this is just Kevin McAllister as an adult. And yeah, pretty funny theory. Also, I think Big City Greens made a Saw-rated kid-friendly... Kira, so many shows have made a kid-friendly Saw. Fairly Odd Parents and Scooby-Doo Mystery Incorporated parodied Saw. Saw is a cultural phenomenon. Even if you hate it, it has had a huge influence on people and practically made horror serial killers more creative again. The Saw franchise is definitely fun. There is effort. There is actual quality writing in most of these. The sequels, not so much, but yeah, people liked Jigsaw because he's a killer with a code and he's very inventive and creative. He is a mad genius kind of killer. And yeah, Tobin Bell's Jigsaw is definitely S tier. He's just like Dexter Morgan. Yeah, he is. Left for a minute, did you happen to catch my comment on his kill? Oh, Jack Frost, yeah, absorbing people to death. Yeah, I do agree, that's pretty cool. Like, why Saw show Fimo get beheaded 2 times in Saw X and Saw 5? Well, as the sequels went along, Akira, they got a lot less creative and became more about the blood and death. And that's what kind of ruined Saw for me. I have not kept up with this franchise. Spoilers, I have not even seen Saw 10 because I haven't been watching Saw in a while, and it doesn't help that it's so gory too, so that definitely turned me away. But Jigsaw, S-tier killer. Like, who doesn't love this guy? He's more so an anti-villain than a full-on monster. Jigsaw's fun, he's cool, he's smart, he's ingenious, and he's practically a chess master type of slasher villain. He is definitely high on S tier. I will say, the original Jigsaw is easily the best one. Unfortunately, I can't say the same about his apprentices, who we'll get to soon. Hang on, somebody requested a different character, I know that. Somebody wanted Babyface? Oh, the Time Killer from Happy Death Day. Okay, so, might be a bit controversial, but Babyface I'm putting on B. Yeah, this killer, this is from the Happy Death Day films. Unfortunately, they're PG-13 horror movies, so Babyface doesn't get to be super vicious or bloody. I think this character is actually pretty cool. Old school slasher killer, but given like the college's mascot head as like a mask, it's like this weird baby face. It does look creepy, I will admit. It has that uncanny valley kind of creep factor. The killer is somebody close to like the main girl, and she's trapped in like a time loop, like a Groundhog Day style time loop. However, this babyface killer shows up in the loop each time and murders the protagonist. The protagonist keeps coming back and can only break out of the Groundhog Day loop if she solves the mystery and finds out who it is. For Hoffman, he should be a D, as he tarnished Jigsaw. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's right, I forgot to mention my favorite Jigsaw traps. Okay, definitely, my favorite is easily the reverse bear trap. That is a cool kill. It is iconic, and it's the one everyone knows. My least favorite kill, oh boy. I think I might have to go with the syringe pit. Like the pit of like all these used syringes that you have to dive down to get like the antidote or key. That was a very gross scene. I can't stand watching that scene. Really gross. Yeah, Disney did a Jason parody on Bunked. Well, Jason's also a horror icon, so yeah. One notable trap is where he gave the guy a chance to save the life of a guy who's killed his child, and by the time he chose to save him, it was too late. Yeah, the traps definitely got more ridiculous as they went on. Hoffman should be a D as he tarnished Jigsaw's legacy. Yeah, we got some stuff to say about Hoffman. X-Play did a parody of this franchise with a countdown of the top 10 scariest games. Oh, has anyone played the Saw video game? My friend Emily actually liked the first one, but she hasn't posted it on stream yet. Tobin Bell was also Zaragoza in Road to El Dorado, Ashman and Daryl Weaver in The X-Files, Dr. Alchemy and Savitar in The Flash. Yeah, Tobin Bell's got a great voice. The first killer motive was because the guy she was sleeping wanted the blonde from Happy Death Day. Ruby Modine Laurie, the first Babyface, played by Sessa in Central Park. Never saw it. Okay, so Babyface Killer, I think is definitely alright. Doesn't do much new for the slasher genre, her character at least. The movie itself is very creative. It got very fun with the time travel stuff. Some people hate Happy Death Day 2U, the sequel, which I have not seen. I have only seen the first one because honestly I didn't think it needed a sequel, but yeah. The Babyface Killer, definitely a fun slasher. They don't do too much new with this character. It's more so the premise, which is the selling point. The killer is pretty creepy, a very distinct mask that you at least remember what this killer looks like, and of course, there's a twist that it's somebody close to the alpha bitch character. The girl is slowly learning what a mean bitch she is and reforming over the course of the movie and realizing how badly she's treated people the more she repeats this loop and changing Bill Murray style over the course of the movie, becoming a nice person until she cracks the code and realizes that one of her friends was the killer who wanted revenge. Never thought the company behind Tinkerbell and Mickey Mouse would do a Jason parody. Ever think of doing a tier of the Saw traps? Well, I'm sorry, Anime Night, but I have not watched the entirety of the Saw franchise, and I probably won't because the sequels got stupider, and I can't stand the gross out factor that they kept quadrupling on. My favorite trap was the one in Saw 5. Okay, I kind of checked out around that point because Hoffman was a terrible killer, but yeah. Anyways, Babyface, we'll put them on B. Definitely a decent killer, but not high tier. Alright, so unfortunately, if you notice, Hoffman made this list. Yes, Hoffman is on here, Saw fans. Hoffman is the apprentice that took over the Jigsaw mantle halfway through the Saw franchise. Like, spoiler alert, John Kramer died, he had cancer, and eventually he succumbed to his disease, but he passed on his mantle to his apprentices, Hoffman and the other girl. I think, what was her name? Amber or something? Yeah. Oh, Angela. I think that was her name. Hoffman or Angela. Something like that. Yeah, he passed the mantle on to his apprentices, and Hoffman is the least liked character of the Saw movies because Hoffman essentially bastardized Jigsaw's entire legacy and his moral code. The montage of Happy Death Day 2U was funny, especially when the tree girl and the shredder. Yeah, I have to watch that movie all the way through. Also, John Kramer being Kratos in Saw 10. Yeah, that was cool. Hoffman, anyway, he is not cool. He is the Jigsaw killer nobody likes, and I'm gonna put him on F. Yeah, Hoffman sucks. Hoffman is terrible. Well, no, I might bump him up to E. There is one scene I like Hoffman in, and that's when he gets the tables turned on him, and he has the reverse bear trap placed on him. He has it on his face, and it's counting down, and you think Hoffman's gonna die, but in honestly one of his few badass moves, Hoffman rips off the reverse bear trap, shredding part of his face, and I will say, that took balls. It was pretty badass. That's the one Hoffman moment I actually like. As for his traps and his kills, not huge fan on them. Why? Because Hoffman made his traps super hard and borderline impossible to actually do. John Kramer gave you a sliver of hope to get out of him. The traps you can escape from, you can actually win the Jigsaw game when it was John Kramer. With Hoffman, it was impossible. There pretty much was no solution for half the traps, and no matter what you did, you would still die. Charlie Aitken, the actor of second Babyface, played Jersey Devil in Sleepy Hollow. Yeah, Hoffman pretty much sucks. He was not worthy of the Jigsaw mantle at all. Nobody likes Hoffman. Nobody defends his movies. I think Saw 6 was easily the best of his movies, but that's because John Kramer was kind of back in that movie. But Hoffman, not worthy of carrying the killer mantle, and pretty much did more of a disservice to the Saw franchise the longer he stuck around. Hey, Kat, what I missed? Hey, Christopher, we got a few killers on here. We got a lot left, so not as much as I was hoping. We got Hoffman from Jigsaw and Jack Frost are on E. Roy Burns and Jackie Earle Haley Freddy are both F. They are the worst. C tier is Platinum Dunes Leatherface. B is the Babyface Killer, Leatherface, and the Entity Freddy Krueger. They're okay. A tier, awesome. We have Derek Mears, Jason Voorhees, Betsy Palmers, Pamela Voorhees, and Chop Top. They're awesome. S tier, we just got John Kramer up here, the original Jigsaw Killer. Ghostface, Norman Bates, Classic Jason, and Classic Freddy, all great. Anyways, we gotta end the Saw franchise soon, because Hoffman, awful. He had one good scene, I will say, but other than that, bad. I'm not even going to say what traps I liked from him, because most of them were BS. Next, we have Jigsaw's other apprentice. I'm trying to remember her name. It's like Amber or Ashley, something that began with an A. Spiral is one that ruined the Saw franchise. Yeah, the Chris Rock one, I fully agree. Let's get Jigsaw's other apprentice out of the way, and I might put her on B. Yeah, I know this might piss off a lot of people, but this is Jigsaw's first apprentice, the former drug addict girl. She survived a trap in the first Saw movie. She had the reverse bear trap on her. She escaped, and then she became Jigsaw's apprentice in the sequel and took over. She and Hoffman kind of became partners in crime until Hoffman decided to cut her loose and take over. Amanda, thank you, that was her name. Amanda. Yeah, all I remember is this girl was on the Blob remake. She was on the Blob too, so she came back for Saw. She sort of became a horror legend, or for celebrity status at least. Her character, Amanda, she's okay. She's okay. Got nothing bad to say about her, but I don't think she's in the same league as John Kramer or, Ghostface, Freddy, Jason. Amanda is definitely a decent character. She was the more popular apprentice because she was completely faithful to John Kramer and unfortunately paid that price with her life. She gets anticlimactically punk killed by Hoffman, and Hoffman became the real badass killer, aka the one nobody likes. Yeah, Amanda, she's okay. I'll put her on B. Unfortunately, she didn't live long, and we didn't get to see her come back until Saw 10, where she got a lot more to do. She was even in the Saw video game. Yeah, oh, she was. Okay, I thought it was just Tobin Bell. Costas Mandalore. Okay, that's her name. Yeah, definitely a great actress who played her, not gonna lie. But character-wise, I don't think she's that high up on a slasher tier. She is a B to me. Okay, I think we got rid of all the Saw killers. Unless this guy from Spiral made it on this list, which I'm not seeing. Okay, needed some refreshment, sorry. Okay, let's do Pinhead. Somebody requested this. Pinhead, the killer of the Hellraiser saga. Pinhead, not gonna be S rank, but he will make it on A. Yeah, I'll put him above Reboot Jason, yeah. Pinhead, definitely an A. Pinhead is the guardian of hell, the torture master, the sacred leader of the Gash, the Hellraiser cult. He is connected to the Lament Figuration box and basically uses it to help souls find pleasure and salvation through his hell magic. Shawnee Smith, okay, that was her name. Also played Vivian Porter on Kim Possible, Trudy Senate in Law & Order, and Dr. Sullivan in The Grudge 3. Oh, Grudge 3 sucks. Poor Vivian. Anyways, Pinhead. This is the sacred demon leader of hell. He is the torture master, angel to some, demons to others, all that nonsense. Yeah, basically, this guy's a pretty cool killer because Pinhead is also the first slasher killer with a moral code. Pinhead is more so a guy doing his job. He takes souls, claims them, and drags them off to hell to basically find the ultimate pleasure in his demented BDSM, where it is pretty much body horror. The Cenobites are this advanced demon race that make no can't differentiate the difference between pleasure and pain. They are torturing people but also getting off on it, and Pinhead believes he's doing good by sharing this with the rest of the world. He's connected to the Lament figuration, this magic box. If you activate him, he and his Cenobites will show up and drag you off to hell to be rewarded for summoning them. I'm confused since the remake made him a girl. Well, originally in the novel, Pinhead was supposed to be so deformed and hideous and such a far cosmic idea that you couldn't tell what gender he is. Pinhead was like originally kind of this vague, genderless kind of demon. Like he was so deformed you couldn't tell if it was a woman or a guy. And basically, they didn't have the ability to pull that off in the 80s movie, so they got Doug Bradley, who was awesome as the role, which is why he makes A rank. And he was a guy in the original movie, he was the High Priest. In the later movie, they got a transgender woman to play Pinhead and basically pull that feat off where Pinhead's kind of vague gendered. Kind of like an R-rated version of Death from Puss in Boots. Almost. Yeah, Pinhead, he's basically more so this demon figure. He's doing his job and he's very matter-of-fact about it. However, he doesn't seem to go out of his way to hunt and kill people, at least until the garbage sequels kind of ruined him, which is why he doesn't make S rank, because Hellraiser 3 sucked, and Hellraiser Bloodline made him a galactic conqueror, and the less said about the direct-to-video sequels, the better. Yeah, Pinhead unfortunately kind of got ruined. His franchise got in wrong hands, did every bad turn with him. Some say he was saved in Hellraiser Judgment. I think they did a much better job with him there, but yeah, still not Doug Bradley perfect. Doug Bradley really made this role his own. He is a horror icon. We all love him as Pinhead. Basically, he likes to take people down to hell and submit them to cold-blooded torture, but he thinks he's rewarding souls with it, which makes him even scarier because Pinhead doesn't know that he's doing wrong. He's a full-blown, like, chaotic neutral kind of bad guy, and that's what makes him really scary and iconic. He is the guy who does body horror. He summons chains, he tears souls apart, he does horrible mutilation, he recreates his victims into more Cenobite demons, minions doing his bidding. Very effective killer. I'm so sad we never got Freddy vs. Jason vs. Pinhead next movie. He actually scared me in the first movie. Yeah, he scared me in the first two movies. I love Hellraiser 1 and 2. They are the best, and they made Pinhead so iconic. Yeah, the second movie reveals he has a sympathetic side, so I can see why people didn't like that, but Pinhead is scary. He is a cosmic entity, and even with all the bad sequels, I still think he makes it to A. His creepy design, creepy voice, creepy charisma, and creepy performance thanks to Doug Bradley really made him stand out. He is an A tier. Alright, so we didn't do the original Ghostface, so let's do Brendan James Ghostface, who I know a lot of people might be upset, but I'm putting him on A tier. Yes, really, Brendan James Ghostface from Scream the TV series, the good TV series, the Lakewood Saga, which I love much more than that garbage Resurrection. They did give Ghostface a redesign, as you can tell. This is the Brendan James Ghostface. Brendan James was once this socially awkward, hideously deformed loser boy in real life who was picked on and eventually killed by these idiot bullies when they thought he was stalking and harassing a woman back in the past, and they killed him and drowned him Jason style, and the killer basically took what his face looked like and made it into a mask and is killing people in Brendan James's name. Brendan James kind of became an urban legend. In a similar vein to Jason and the Candyman, it's Brendan James's ghost hunting and killing those in his name out of revenge. Also was the audio of the voice Professor Talbot from Doctor Who, Peer Pressure. Yeah, Doug Bradley's great. He was in Dead by Daylight. Yeah, Emily showed me. She has the Hellraiser set. Too bad there wasn't a slasher verse, although don't give Hollywood any ideas. Yeah, definitely not in this day and age. I really hope Doug Bradley comes back to the Hellraiser franchise. Oh yeah, I forgot to say my favorite kills for Pinhead. One of my favorites is definitely when he murders Frank Cotton. The classic chains, skewering him and ripping him apart, exploding his body into a geyser of blood. That one was awesome. That is one of the coolest Pinhead kills ever. My least favorite kill... definitely when he murders the twins in Hellraiser 4 Bloodline. He turns the twins into this two-headed demon monster, and I felt sorry because the twins were actually sympathetic and very out of character for Pinhead to murder random people like that. Definitely the twin death was my least favorite. Anyways, Brendan James Ghostface. Really cool. This is also a legacy character like the OG Ghostface. They got a different guy voicing him, but he really does a good sound-alike for Roger L. Jackson. Also, Stanton Barrett, a NASCAR driver, played Ghostface. Well, a lot of people played Ghostface. So, I don't want to spoil the show for anyone who hasn't watched, but Scream the series is highly underrated. I like the second season killer a lot more. See my Ghostface slasher tier if you want to see that, but I prefer that killer way more. This Ghostface pretty much does the same shtick as the OG Ghostface. Calls people, stalks them, watches them through mirrors, keeps tabs on people, and is gaslighting them and toying with them mentally before going in for the kill. Really sick stuff, but that's what makes him a really cool villain. Multiple people have played Brendan James. In the original, it was the child of Brendan James. It turns out the woman who falsely accused Brendan James and saw him die was actually Emma's mother, the main character's parent, and she's kind of a target from the Ghostface killing sprees in that show. Hi, Axel05. Don't fuck with the original. Yeah. The season 2 Brendan James Ghostface, definitely my favorite. It was a really cool killer and a lot more of a chess master manipulative bastard type of deal. My favorite kill of this Ghostface is the live stream kill. He's live streaming Noah's girlfriend being drowned to death in a coffin that's slowly sinking in the lake, and added a stream webcam in there to watch her die. Basically gives this timer, and they think they have time to save her. She's slowly drowning to death under the water, and streaming her slow and painful demise as she sinks to the bottom. The kids manage to save Noah, they get to her, then we found out in the twist, Noah's girlfriend was dead all along. It wasn't a live stream, it was actually an uploaded video. He was playing with it, playing it to fool them. He was trolling them the whole time and giving them false hope to save a girl who he killed long ago, which is really sadistic and nightmarish, but that's what made him such a cool villain. Is Art the Clown on this list? Yeah, he's down here. Right here. Yeah, that was one of my favorite kills. One of my least favorite kills, definitely when he killed Josh, the jock that was dating Brooke at the time. He jumps him at this farm, and I don't think we fully see how Josh died. We know he got stabbed, but yeah, he killed Josh and basically took his corpse to set up for this elaborate mind trick. And I don't count the nasty prank on Brooke as a part of the kill. Yeah, I know it's a very creepy and effective scene, but yeah, the way Josh originally died, just not effective to me. I think that was his name. I could be wrong, but the dumb jock that was dating Brooke at the start of the first season. Then he gets killed off in the start of season 2. Did not really like that kill a whole much. But yeah, I think Brendan James' Ghostface definitely underrated. He doesn't make it to S rank because, yeah, the costume is not very good. He's supposed to look like this poor dead kid and made it resemble a real face, but they should have just kept the original Ghostface mask. We'll leave it at that. But yeah, he's A tier. Definitely liked Scream the series. So, you guys get to vote on who you want to see next. I'll be back for another restroom break. See you soon. All right, Cat's back, ready to partay. Pinhead's kills are the most brutal. I fully agree. What do you think of doing an animal attack movie tier list? I haven't seen a whole lot. I know of Jaws and the Piranha movies, but not not a full knowledge of creature features. It depends what's on that list. Well, it's gonna take a while until you get to Pennywise. Yeah, we are pretty much jumping all over the place though, so no big deal. Pennywise the Clown, both the 2017 one. Okay. Alright, so it seems people want Pennywise. Let's do Tim Curry's first, then we'll get to the other one. Tim Curry's Pennywise going on to A. Yeah, he'll be an A. I know some people will be upset he's not S tier, but I'll put him on A. Pennywise the Clown from the series It. This is the original Tim Curry miniseries It, the good one. Tim Curry really owns this role because, of course he does. Tim Curry delivers 1,000,000% in all his stuff, and this was technically the movie that made him a horror icon. Tim Curry's done a lot of horror movies, and this is the one everyone remembers. He dressed as Pennywise the Clown, its favorite form, basically the serial killer monster clown who haunts a bunch of kids because Pennywise likes to terrify children so he can eat them. He preys upon their fear, he lures them into him, and then devours them like a vicious predator because Pennywise is really a giant alien spider. Never thought Nigel Thornberry would be scary. Oh man. Yeah, this was Tim Curry's first unironically scary horror role. His Pennywise is quite creepy. There's something off about him, and what makes him scary is that Tim Curry actually is good at being a clown. Do you have Prince Albert in a can? You do? Well, you better let the poor guy out. What? Yeah, everyone loves that meme. His Pennywise is so creepy, so unnerving, and they did a really good job on the makeup. Apparently, even the cast and crew were afraid to be around Tim Curry when he was in the makeup. They only hung out with him when they were actually filming the scenes, which really says a lot of how creepy he is. Yeah, okay, I won't lie, the It miniseries is definitely not a masterclass of horror writing, but man, is this character pretty good. We are judging on the horror characters and not solely on their film projects. Now, there's a debate if the creature itself is either male or female, especially in the novel. Yeah, because it's a giant spider, it's kind of hard to tell, and the giant spider was laying eggs in the book, which usually is a female trait. Tim Curry was Ben Ravencroft in The Witch's Ghost, Forte in Beauty and the Beast, Enchanted Christmas, and the Goblin King in Scooby-Doo and the Goblin King. Yeah, great film roster. I still remember that one line you said, "Oh no, look at that poor clown getting beaten to death by kids. He's mentally and physically tortured. Truly, he was the real victim in all this." Did I say that? Can't remember. Probably made a comparison on a review. And he was Gomez Adams. He wasn't in Addams Family Values. He was in the other Addams Family Reunion. What are the only slashers that actually could be funny? And it makes sense because he's a clown. Yeah, because Pennywise is hilarious. He's kind of the proto-Joker. He's an evil clown, but he makes you laugh and terrifies you at the same time. If you don't know, it is secretly a giant spider monster that can shapeshift and transform into forms, and Pennywise is one of its most favorite forms. The miniseries doesn't touch upon this, but in the book, Pennywise was a real-life clown that it killed and stole the identity of, and basically it uses his skin to walk around. And that makes him even scarier because he's actually a monster in disguise. Yeah, Tim Curry was the mastermind in a Scooby-Doo game. The devil from the legend of Tom Cruise. Is he on? Oh, that was Tim Curry, yeah. You said that in the Haunting Hour video. Okay, well, those videos were made a long time ago, so I'm not fully remembering perfectly. And he was a narrator on Sesame Street. Good for him. Yeah, Pennywise, definitely cool. This It character is quite creepy. Tim Curry's funny, charming, and very unnervingly creepy. He's not as in-your-face scary as Bill Skarsgård Pennywise is. There's something off about him, which made him scary, because he's more good at being a clown than being a creeper up until he has his victim within his reach. Pennywise needs to terrify the kids first, because basically scaring them and traumatizing him is his way of seasoning them. He likes eating them when they're afraid, basically. He eats children because they're so juicy and yummy and taste great when they're suffering fear. Pennywise is a giant spider luring them into his web all movie, and he's this kind of a symbolic metaphor for bullying and child predators because he's luring kids in with these false promises, this false fun, but also making fun of them and traumatizing them and picking on them until the losers eventually grow a spine and stand up to him. Very good story, and one of the Stephen King's few good tales, even if it's extremely long. But I think Tim Curry's Pennywise is definitely A material. We'll leave it at that. He is a great clown and a great slasher killer. He saved that miniseries for everyone. So we should talk about the other Pennywise. Had to take care of a few things, so what did I miss? We're on Pennywise now, Shadowlink. Tim Curry's Pennywise just joined the A tier next to Pinhead and Brendan James' Ghostface. We're now talking about Bill Skarsgård Pennywise. Oh nice, John Kramer is S tier and so is Ghostface. Yeah, if you haven't seen, here you go. These made it up on S tier. Kramer, Ghostface, Norman Bates if you weren't here. Brendan James' Ghostface made it on A. I am actually a fan of Scream the series, not gonna lie. Oh, I forgot to mention my favorite Tim Curry Pennywise kills. So, oh god, I'm trying to remember. I think definitely, like, we see him scare the children for most of the movie. That I forget that he even had a kill count. I guess I will have to go with the bullies. He, like, Mario pipes one kid to death and consumes another. Those are really cool kills. My least favorite, trying to remember. I guess anyone who died off screen, basically. I think the old lady was killed, the old lady having tea with Beverly. It was implied that Pennywise killed her to steal her form too. It's like, anyone who dies off screen in a horror movie is an instant dull machete. Hey, Shadowlink, nice to see you made it. Yeah, Shadowlink was here earlier, but he had things to do. I mean, we all do. Glad he got Chop Top up there high. Yeah, Chop Top, much better than Leatherface, because he's funny. He did sing Toxic Love in Ferngully. I remember that. More better than Pretender, than Alice, the female robot from Revenge of the Fallen. Alright, so I'm just reading some comments. Tim Curry's everywhere. Well, yeah, he's cool. Unfortunately, he's retired now because he had a stroke. Uh, you're in our hearts, Tim Curry. Really miss you, really love you, and you'll still be a legend. And he was in Batman Beyond as Mutro Botha in the episode Final Cut. Oh yeah, the transparent newscaster. That was also Tim Curry. Yeah, he's been in a lot, okay? Yeah, Pennywise, the classic one, A rank. Anyways, let's get to the one you also want to see. Bill Skarsgård Pennywise. Oh boy, I loved the first It movie, the It 2017 movie, and he was so great in that. Pennywise became a cultural phenomenon again. People loved him more than Tim Curry. However, It Chapter 2 absolutely ruined this character for me. You know exactly what I'm talking about. The scene where the losers beat him up and basically bully and name call Pennywise to death, which is so cringe that it costed him points. I'm putting him on E. No, I might put him on D. Yeah, he'll be our first D. Bill Skarsgård Pennywise started out so good. It's basically a remake of the original miniseries It, but they gotta do a lot more, and we're able to focus more on the grander scheme of the story. Had a lot more focus on the kids in the first one, then it shifted to the adult lives in the second one. Unfortunately, they didn't let go of the kid actors in the second one. He makes his own so much that he comes back to being Nosferatu in 2024. Yeah, unfortunately, they didn't do many kills in the original It, but honestly, Tim Curry's just so entertaining that I don't mind. Yeah, that's why he makes it high up. Bill Skarsgård was Count Orlok in the new Nosferatu, Axel Clooney in Zeitgeist. Oh, how could you forget the monster of the Eternals? Yeah, Bill Skarsgård is not a bad actor, except if you watch The Crow. Man, this is conflicting. Part 1 was great, but Part 2 sucks. Yeah. What brought this guy down, It Chapter 2 sucks, and you all know exactly why. That dumbass climax where he turns into basically the Candy King, like Turbo, the Turbo Bug from Wreck-It Ralph. He's got like more of a praying mantis giant spider fight, but that didn't bother me. What bothers me is how the losers defeat him. They basically name call and bully Pennywise until he cries and turns into a baby, powerless and helpless, as he turns into a literal baby and they rip his heart out really easily, I might add, and he dies like a pathetic whiny bitch. I hate It Chapter 2. It was awful, and the biggest reason why is they completely butchered Pennywise in that movie. The CGI was so bad it made the 90s miniseries look good. Yeah, fully agree. How did the effects get worse? In It Chapter 2, the effects look fake. They look awful. It Chapter 1 was so good. And even their weaker effects at least were enhanced by the horror. How they were shot, how they looked unnatural. And in the second one, they just quadrupled on them to the point where Pennywise wasn't scary anymore. What about Dijin from The Wishmaster? I don't think he made it on here. I guess he counted as a supernatural monster more than a killer. Let's talk about the What's Up Ghostface. We'll do him next. Is Dijin on the Wishmaster on here? I don't think he is. I don't see him or I don't recognize him. But yeah. Bill Skarsgård, Pennywise, great in the first movie. He reinvented Pennywise, made him iconic again, and I almost would say he would have been better than Tim Curry, but then It Chapter 2 happened, and the way he dies and loses is so pathetic, it dropped him down to D. Yeah, he is D. Screw It Chapter 2, it is awful. Pinky Dye was actually right. More like shit chapter poo. Yeah, thanks for destroying Pennywise's image, Chapter 2. He's on D. Alright, so someone wanted Scary Movie Ghostface. At least we get to see Georgie's death. Yeah, we got to see that. Have a TV series, It, Welcome to Derry. Yeah, that would be cool. Is Winnie the Pooh on this list? No, he's not. The Zombie Part 1 looked very fake too, but no doubt was something scary. I think C would be better. Well, my list. So if Chapter 2 didn't exist, where would you put him? He probably would have made it up on A with Tim Curry. Not S because we would still have to wait to see how the adult loser story would pan out, but he would have been A or S, definitely higher, but It Chapter 2 ruined him, he's down to D. My favorite Pennywise kill in this movie, definitely Georgie's death. That scene was so brutal and gruesome. It was so creepy. I really liked it, and they do enhance the fear of a child literally being eaten by a monster. So Georgie's death was my favorite kill of him. My least favorite kill, definitely Eddie in Chapter 2. I guess I'll go with Eddie. He just gets stabbed and he's thrown away. Yeah, Eddie's death was a lot weaker in the sequel. Eddie's death was done better in the miniseries because there was actually like a heartfelt sadness to it. Yeah, it did look fake too, but I at least felt something when Pennywise killed him in the miniseries. Eddie's death, my least favorite Pennywise kill in the remakes. Alright, Scary Movie. What's up? Yeah, this Ghostface, the parody, and yeah, he's going on to S. Yeah, we'll put Scary Movie Ghostface S tier. This is the killer of the Scary Movie, the first movie. The sequels parodied other movies. This is Ghostface from Scary Movie 1, the best of the saga, I might add. No, I think Scary Movie 2 might be better. Nah, okay, definitely one of the good movies. After Scary Movie Ghostface, can you do Art the Clown? Okay, we will. Reminds me of the child death in the Mimic Killer Cockroaches. Yeah. Okay, this is the parody of Ghostface. Spoilers, it's one of the characters in the movie, and the one you would least suspect. It was kind of a take that at the first Scream for not making one of the infamous main characters the killer, since it would have been a good twist since he's unsuspecting. But yeah, if you've seen the movie, you know who it is, but I won't spoil it if you haven't seen. This is the Ghostface. He's basically parodying the OG Ghostface's killings in Screams 1 and 2. He's going around calling people, stalking them, and killing them, and it's a lot of funny ways. It's a parody of Scream, so of course, the killer is the biggest goofball. He's like very non-threatening, so silly, so ridiculous, but it's just so funny to watch. The scene in Scary Movie is how did Buffy Gilmore get beheaded and act like the head from Welcome to Horrorland? Well, it's a goofy cartoon movie, Akira. They don't follow even their own logic. The Scary Movie franchise are basically cartoons in live action, but that's what makes them so much fun. Yeah, he is cool because guess what? He's also the only killer who gets away with it. He actually wins in the end. He successfully killed people and he drives off with his hot girlfriend into the sunset, completely scot-free and winning at the end. So that definitely won him points, but also how funny he is. This killer actually gets high with Shorty and the Stoners. He does that rap battle. He does his pathetic attempts at killing Cindy Campbell. If you see my top 10 final girls, you know that. It's like, my boyfriend will come here and he's black and he'll kick your ass. You mean the one who wears makeup and dresses like a woman? How'd you know? He's right here. Pretty funny. He had like Prince held hostage. 1 and 2 Scary Movies are good in my opinion, like Anaconda 1 and 2. Oh, you liked Anaconda 1? Oh, bro. Like, wonder if the horror from Goosebumps that carry the blonde hair to Lost and Found been or something. Probably. Her body needs to find that head. Yeah, this Ghostface, definitely ridiculous. He's parodying a lot of the OG Ghostface and the Fisherman Killer from the Last Summer movies. Basically reenacting their scenes and very effective at them, mostly because everyone's stupid. It is a parody of how horror movie characters are dumb. And we all know the what's up scene. Definitely funny. He has a Matrix fight with Cindy. I will put him on S. I know a lot of people will say, but he's a parody, but he's very funny. I love the Scary Movies. So 1, 2, and yes, even 3 are definitely good. And I'll put him on S. He's great. He's entertaining. And definitely as good as the classic Ghostface. Oh, my favorite kill. It's very hard because a lot of them are played dead straight. Let's see, like, trying to remember. I know a lot of people like when he kills Buffy. I think I might have to go with the rap battle. He's like singing and slashing and gashing everyone while he's singing the rap battle, and you don't see it, but he killed everyone but Shorty in the room, and Shorty congratulates him. Yeah, the rap battle kill, easily my favorite. My least favorite. Oh, that's a bit hard, because, like, did he actually kill anyone? It's mostly because everyone else is stupid. Um, Okay, I guess I'll have to go with Brenda because he didn't actually kill her. Brenda's death is hilarious, don't get me wrong, but Brenda, he like goes in to kill her, but she's like pissing off and annoying the crowd at the movie studio, or no, movie theater. Then the crowd basically does his job for him and slashes her. It is a hilarious scene and basically killing the most obnoxious character in the film before the killer can. Has to qualify as my least favorite by default because he didn't actually kill her. Run, bitch! Run! Yeah. Oh, the Wayans brothers, they were funny. So, speaking of Ghostface, have you seen those video games where the MK version of Billy and Stu's face against random overpowered characters and Billy getting pissed off at Stu for his stupidity? I've seen bits and pieces of that. What about the Strangers from The Strangers? Did they make it on here? I don't think so. I guess because they didn't have a huge body count in their first movie, they didn't count. Alright, so we should move on. This is Cropsy from those Burning Man movies. I don't know anything about this guy. He's going on unfamiliar. I only know this is Cropsy because I watched Dr. Wolfula's reviews. Dr. Wolfula reviewed like every Cropsy movie, and that is the only thing I know about this character. That is how I know he exists, but I've never actually seen Cropsy's movies. I'm sorry, he's going on unfamiliar. This guy, is this the Bone Collector? Someone in the comments help me out. I don't recognize this dude. And I also don't recognize this killer. I've seen images of this killer like on Twitter and on YouTube poops and memes and such, but I don't know. I haven't watched this movie, so I have no idea who this killer is. And there's the Silent Night, Deadly Night Santa, who's also going on unfamiliar. I know this will piss off my friend Emily, but I have not seen a single Silent Night, Deadly Night movie, so unfortunately, I have to put this killer on unfamiliar. And speaking of which, we got Garbage Day. Yeah, this is the meme guy. I'm also putting him on unfamiliar because that's all I know of him. I know him from the Garbage Day line. Like, he's like shooting up his street and killing the neighborhood. Never seen his movie. I only know of the meme and the quote and the clip everyone uses. Emily really loves this movie, but never seen it, so he has to go on unfamiliar by default. Oh, that's supposed to be the Collector? That might be. Also, Buffy kill was S rank. Yeah, that was definitely good. I understand if you like that one, but she kind of killed herself mostly. It's a shame MK1 didn't do the "What's Up" version of the scary movie. I heard somebody was petitioning to have the "What's Up" face for a DLC skin for Ghostface, but time will tell if that happens. Mortal Kombat's not good at listening to fans anymore, so it probably won't. Anyways, yeah, Silent Night, Deadly Night Killers, both unfamiliar. Speaking of which, somebody wants Art the Clown, and Art the Clown is going on A rank. Yeah, put him above Tim Curry's Pennywise at least, yeah. Art the Clown, this is the supernatural psycho killer clown slash cosmic demon being. His origin's kind of weird to explain, but yeah, this is currently the killer of the Terrifier movies. These are all doing very well, but I've only seen, like, the first one. I have not seen the sequels because, quite frankly, the body horror was very gross and hard to stomach. I'm probably not going to review the Terrifier saga at all because Art the Clown's very graphic. He is a visceral killer. He's savage as heck, but that's why fans like him, and the guy playing him does a good job. This is a new horror icon for many. A lot of people might demand he make it to S rank because he's so good, but unfortunately I only saw the first Terrifier, never saw the sequels because very gross. Use the Google image to see that yellow hooded killer. I don't know if that's supposed to be the collector. It might be. Boo this man! It's wolfing time. Hey Emily, you're surprised to see Art the Clown made it on here. Art the Clown, my favorite kill from him, of course, the woman suspended upside down who he saws in half. That made horror history forever. My least favorite kill, a lot of the grosser ones. I have like a lot of least favorite kills. I'm not watching the Terrifier sequels because it's too gross. Even the guy who played Art the Clown said he vomited after doing one of the kill scenes with them. Hey Emily, glad you can make it. I'm terrified of Art the Clown. If you ask which clown I'm more scared of, I would choose him. Yeah, definitely. That's why he's above Pennywise. Even Tim Curry couldn't top him. Art the Clown kills too in Halloween, but why Christmas? Because they wanted to do a Christmas movie. So do you think Art the Clown can talk but just chooses not to? Most likely. I like the old Chucky better than the new Chucky. Well, everyone does. Join the choir, man. Because he's more personality, he's rude, crude in his attitude. Yeah, Chucky was actually fun. Hey, Emily. Christopher, glad you made it, Emily. Here's a snapshot. Don't worry, Emily. The Roy Burns and Jackie Earle Haley Freddy are definitely F tier. They're awful. Controversially, I put Jack Frost down in E tier. I know everybody loves the Jack Frost movies, but I don't know, the killer's just too dumb. And Hoffman is definitely low tier. Unfamiliar, I had to put the Silent Night Deadly killers down here, and this guy who I don't recognize, and Cropsy, who I only know of through Dr. Wolfula. Never seen his movies. But Art the Clown, definitely A tier. My favorite kill is, of course, the upside down sawing the girl in half, really gruesome. My least favorite, take your pick between any of the grossest kills of the movies. Yeah, Art the Clown, he definitely makes A tier. He is awesome. Alright, so I'm going to use the restroom again, so you guys get to vote on who you want to see next. Let's get some big names down. Alright, Cat's back. Ready to check out what you guys voted on. Oh, you want the tall man. The Valentine's Day Killer. Oh, that one was pretty good. Because Christmas is a special time and Art made it even better. Big ups to the shower scene in Terrifier 3. That was some peak cinema. Emily really loves the Terrifier. Also, the mean one, the Grinch horror movie. Yeah, that one came out. That one had some funny moments, but not as good as Winnie the Pooh, I heard. The only thing good about the Jack Frost movie is the girl from American Pie dying by Jack in the shower with the carrot. You know where. Yeah. It took me 10 years to find the answer to something I forgot about in 2 seconds. Alright, so let's do the tall man. Boy! This is the tall man from the Phantasm movies, played by Angus Scrimm, who a lot of people should recognize from the Nightmare Room's Locker 13. I think it was called the Fate Master, the Emperor Palpatine looking guy living in Locker 13, because Angus Scrimm is a horror legend, and So is the Tall Man. This is the psycho killer from the Phantasm movies. If you don't know, the Tall Man is a creepy mortician who works every night at the cemetery doing funerals, but secretly grave robbing the corpses he's supposed to be burying, taking them back to his evil lair. He's got like this evil lab underneath the mortuary in the church, and basically rebuilding the corpses into minions, sending them to his home planet to form his army to take over the galaxy. The Tall Man is kind of a symbolic representation of the Grim Reaper. He is death in one of its ultimate forms, and he's coming for the main characters. There's Mike and Reggie and Jody. That was his name, Jody. Yeah, Mike, Reggie, and Jody, the three guys who basically suspect something's up with this creepy mortuary, look into it and discover the Tall Man's this evil psychotic alien invader. The Tall Man going on to S. Yeah, that's right. I've said it. Tall Man is S tier. He is underrated. He is a great horror icon. Angus Scrimm really owns this role. He played this character from the 70s all the way up to his death in Phantasm Ravager. And of course, the Tall Man is a horror icon. This guy is spooky. He is unsettling. He's basically a monster walking around in human form, and that's what makes him so scary. Rip to Angus Scrimm. Yeah, he was great. Give us a kaiju snowman. The Jack Frost movies were amazing. The first one gave us an awesome supernatural killer that really took advantage of the aesthetic. The second one took it even further, and the third one would have given us a kaiju snowman. Well, it didn't happen, Emily. Do you think the Wolfman in Lavender is one of his minions? Not sure. I know he has the little Jawas, and he has the weird grave robbers who look like Hunk from Resident Evil. And he's got all the chrome spheres, the Sentinel spheres, which are so iconic. The Sentinel sphere kills are his greatest. I guess that would count as my favorite Tall Man kill, the sphere kill. The first movie where the chrome sphere kills like the Night Guard by accident, it has like these daggers it grows out of its sphere and stabs you in the face and injects a drill into your skull where it leaks out all your blood to kill your brain, so the Tall Man can take your corpse back to his workshop and he rebuilds you into like a Jawa minion. That is easily the coolest kill. My least favorite kill, easily the little boy at the end of Phantasm 3. He has his Jawa minions jump him through the window. He says, "It's never over." And his minions drag him off and eat him off screen where the little boy died in between movies. Very anticlimactic and really awful way to get rid of that character. Didn't like that kill. The Phantasm sequels, I do like movie 2, and I do like movie 3, mostly because Rocky's my favorite final girl, and Oblivion, not so good. Phantasm 4 Oblivion is just boring. It is a lot of flashbacks. They use a lot of cheap effects and a lot of cheap shortcuts, basically, to make the movie, and then Ravager was a terrible letdown of a finale. I remember the Tall Man versus Binhead was a death battle MU that needs to happen, I hope. I hope it does too, but Phantasm has kind of fallen into obscurity. Some people might not even know who this guy is, but the Tall Man's a really cool character. He is creepy. He is unsettling, very alien, this unsettling monster from another world, walking around in human form and walking around among us, and basically everything you fear about death, that eventually we're all going to die, but the Tall Man is eternal. He keeps coming back no matter how many times they kill him, and the cosmic horror that he's taking your corpse and making you into a zombie minion has a lot of unnerving dread around it. The Phantasm Saga is hugely underrated. I did do a ranking on that franchise, so please feel free to watch that. But yeah, Tall Man is S tier. He is underrated. Angus Scrimm for life. He is a horror legend, and I'll give him the respect he deserves. Tall Man is S tier. I want to thank you for introducing me to the Phantasm series, by the way. It's an underrated franchise that needs more love, and I especially love the first two and everything with the characters. Yeah, Phantasms 1 and 2 are horror classics. The others, mixed bag. You either love them or hate them. I actually love Phantasm 3. Oblivion, it is boring, and 5 sucks. The finale movie sucks, and it's very clear that they kind of had no plan and did not stick the landing very well. Also, the theme of Phantasm has become one of my favorite horror themes as well. Yeah, the Phantasm theme is up there next to Freddy and Halloween's theme song. The Tall Man had really cool, trippy 70s music. Underrated. Glad you gave it a watch, Shadowlink. I hope Emily gives it a watch too. I remember Art the Clown actor played the Joker on Nightwing Escalation. Yeah, probably. The guy is good at being clowns. Yeah, Tall Man, S tier. Love him. Love him. He is underrated. The Phantasm Saga is so fun and so creative. It's not going to dethrone Freddy or even Jason, but the Tall Man is a great underrated slasher killer. He is awesome. Alright. So I guess we should do Chucky. Hi, I'm Chucky. Wanna play? Chucky, the original Chucky, played by Brad Dourif, from the Child's Play saga / the Chucky franchise. Chucky, he's S rank. Yeah, of course he's S rank. I am putting him under Norman Bates, because I love Norman more. Yeah, of course Chucky is S tier. This is the guy who everybody practically associates with the killer doll concept. Chucky, if you don't know, is really a serial killer named Charles Lee Ray. He killed a ton of people, mostly women. He stalked families. He did a lot of horrible things. He also mastered voodoo. And when he was gunned down by the police, using his last breath, he used his magic voodoo powers to transfer his soul into a buddy doll, where Chucky's soul lives on through the killer doll, and he carries on his killing spree, but Chucky is slowly becoming one with the doll, where he spends the first chunk of his movies trying to get his body back. He tries to get a human life again, tries to become mortal once more and live again, but he's stuck in this killer doll body for almost all his franchise, basically. And yeah, of course he's S tier. Chucky is awesome. He's funny, he's dark, he's very vicious. Brad Dourif delivers his all. Brad Dourif is just as famous as Freddy. He is the second most famous one-liner supernatural killer. Like, Chucky has so many quotes that everybody loves and repeats. Like, who doesn't love the classic killer doll? Even in the bad movies, Brad Dourif is awesome. It's a shame the Japanese killer, or Anya, is slitted in movie is not there, since it's an American killer. Okay, I guess it didn't reach a lot of fame like Chucky did. Anyways, Chucky S tier. Who doesn't love this guy? Even in the bad movies, Brad Dourif delivers his all, and he's super funny. I'm not a huge fan of the Child's Play saga. I love 2 movies out of like 10 entries, but yeah, I won't deny Chucky is an S tier killer. My favorite kill, that is a pretty tough one, because Chucky has some good ones. I will say I did like the electrocution death. He electrocutes the child psychologist. He like stabs him in the leg. He falls over, and he puts the electrocutioner like head, like the electrotherapy helmet. That's it. The electrotherapy helmet's put on him, and Chucky basically fries him to death. Yes, it is ridiculous how it apparently burns his entire body, but yeah, that was a pretty savage kill. My least favorite death? Definitely the foster mom in Child's Play 2. She gets her throat slit off screen. We don't see how she died. She was killed off screen, and we never see how she reacts to the damn doll being alive and Andy being right, which was very unsatisfying. It was very much a letdown. I don't like Child's Play 2, but a lot of people really enjoy that sequel. I did think the Curse of Chucky had its moments, but it was also pretty slow to me. I know Curse of Chucky is one of the other fan favorites. I will say it is miles better than a lot of the other films, but yeah, Chucky is definitely an S tier overall. Like, who doesn't love Chucky? I love the franchise. Good for you, Christopher. I only love 2 of the movies. Also, I do not like the show. If you're wondering if I'm going to talk about Chucky the series, no, I'm not. I don't like it. I couldn't get past season 1, and unfortunately, Glenn and Glenda come back, so that pretty much sealed the deal of me not watching that show. Still, the Chucky series is the teacher get beheaded in season 1 and launched a woman off the window office building. Yeah, some people might list the series killings as some of my favorite. Or some as their favorite, yeah. But yeah, Chucky, classic killer doll. Of course he's S tier. So I guess we should do his cohorts. Oh no, Glenn and Glenda. Oh, F, bottom F, worse than Jackie Earle Haley and Roy Burns. I hate Glenn and Glenda. This is the character that killed the franchise. This is the main killer from Seed of Chucky, and Glenn and Glenda undergoes this weird, like, gender identity, and it's cringe. It is cringe. Like, even LGBT people hate this character. That's how awful Glenn and Glenda's exploration of sexuality was. Awful. Awful. Glenn and Glenda sucks, and I'm not watching this Chucky TV series because Glenn and Glenda comes back as a recurring character. This is easily the worst character on this list. Big fat F. I also see that Amanda's B, which I understand. She was a fine villain, more in 2 than 3. As Hoffman, bottom tier, good. Don't understand the love for him. Yeah, Hoffman sucks. Yeah, if you weren't here, Amanda made it to B. I thought she was alright. She didn't dethrone Jigsaw, and I don't see her as a classic slasher killer. But Hoffman, low tier. This guy disgraced the Jigsaw name, and I think he stuck around way too long. Speaking of which, Glenn and Glenda, awful, pretty bad. I don't have a favorite kill because I don't like this character at all, and her worst kills, I guess we'll count all of them, but special mention going to their dad, Chucky. The Chucky series show, Chucky Army, like how did Chucky create an army of himself? Well, they destroy that. Glenn and Glenda sucks. Yeah, only good thing about Glenn was the birth and bride of Chucky. Yeah, that was pretty cool, and I actually had hope seeing how this would lead to Seed of Chucky, but then I watched the film and understood the hate. Glenn and Glenda's F. But we gotta get the last killer doll out of the way. Oh wait, we got 2 more. So, let's do Tiffany. Tiffany going up on A. Yeah, above Art, yeah. Tiffany, the bride of Chucky, the girl killer doll, played by the ever-so-sexy Jennifer Tilly. This is Chucky's psychotic girlfriend. She's introduced in Bride of Chucky, which is a horror comedy, but a really good one. Bride of Chucky and Child's Play 1 are my 2 favorites, and Tiffany is definitely high up there. She is awesome. She's pretty much the Harley Quinn to Chucky's Joker. She's the funny, goofy, sassy female minion, and Jennifer Tilly and Brad Dourif were so fun. They had a great chemistry. They're having the time of their life, cracking dumb jokes and one-liners, and Tiffany was one of the greatest additions to the Child's Play franchise because she gave Chucky a partner in crime. Yeah, too bad that leads to the creation of their child, Glenn and Glenda, who sucks. Tiffany, I think everyone agrees A. She's almost S tier, but unfortunately, Seed of Chucky happened, and I'm just gonna say it. This character really should have ended her story arc long ago. They brought her back in Seed of Chucky. She surprisingly shows up at the end of Curse of Chucky, and she is a protagonist in the Cult of Chucky and the Chucky TV series, and I really think they should have let her go. Her arc was pretty much over. She didn't want to be a killer. She realizes that Chucky's an abusive lover and her life's better off without him, but they kept her around, and she has this weird romance with Fiona Dourif, like, I can't remember her name, the wheelchair girl, as soon as she gets possessed by Chucky. It kind of goes nowhere, and she pretty much has no purpose on the Chucky TV series. She's just there because fans love her, and Don Mancini loves her, but unfortunately Don Mancini lost his mind, and the Chucky show got so terrible. Fair, Tiffany was pretty good. More in Bride of Chucky. Shame she kind of fell from grace afterwards, but still better than Glenn and Glenda. Friggin' abominations, I agree. Classic duo. Tiffany's definitely A tier. The Ringu Killer. You want that one next? Yeah, Jennifer Tilly, she's a good voice actress. She's probably not going to be on Miraculous Akira because the Miraculous recording studio is based in Texas and most of the actors we know are in LA or California. It was nice that she told him off after his decapitation in the series, like she did in Bride of Chucky. Yeah, it was definitely satisfying. Unfortunately, she kept crawling back to Chucky, which was the problem, and her story should have ended. Like, her story should have ended long ago. So yeah, she doesn't make it S tier, but I'll put her on A. Really kick-ass girl killer. And unfortunately, we do have one more before the ring. We got Reboot Chucky, Mark Hamill's Chucky, who actually I might put on D. Yeah, I know Jack Frost fans are going to kill me for this, but I actually didn't think Mark Hamill was that bad as Chucky. This is Chucky from the forgotten remake, the Child's Play remake, where Chucky's an artificial intelligence. This version of Chucky is a yandere for Andy. He actually loves Andy and wants to be his best friend forever, and goes to psychotic extremes to keeping the boy's good graces, keep his best friend forever by his side, keep him safe, and make him happy. Unfortunately, he crosses the line and eventually evolves into the villain. So basically, this is a prototype of Megan. He's an evil robot Chucky. He's an animatronic toy who gains a self-aware artificial intelligence and goes nuts as he wants to keep Andy safe and kills several people, including the mom's abusive boyfriend. He kills, like, the idiot bully. He attacks this creepy weirdo tech guy. The Child's Play movie the reboot is not very good. It didn't need to happen, and they did try, at least, with some new ideas for this Chucky. I will give them that. That's why he's not F tier. I know nobody's replacing Brad Dourif, that's for sure, but Mark Hamill, honestly not a bad choice. He voiced Chucky on Robot Chicken, so yeah, he did have some stats. I'll stick with Megan. That was better horror. That was the better horror AI movie. Yeah, definitely agree. He's not going to top Megan. Mark Hamill Chucky's confusing. Like, he controlled tech. Like, I want to see him fight Robustus from Miraculous Ladybug. Makes me wonder what Reboot Chucky versus Megan would be like. Well, Megan would actually win because she could download her subconsciousness. Even in the series, they made fun of that. Yeah. This was basically a prototype of Megan. A robot toy that grew to love its creator, but a little too much, reaching psychotic extremes and going off the grid. Mark Hamill did a pretty decent job, but the Child's Play movie was crap, and that did affect this character. I liked the idea of a Chucky in love with Andy and trying to protect him and be evil best friends with him, but the movie didn't pan out well, and that did harm him, and he kind of goes out real pathetically. Like, he's tricked by Andy when he sings their friendship song, and that distracts him long enough for Andy and his mom to double team him, and Aubrey Plaza was pretty unlikable in the movie. Don't get me wrong, she's a good actress, and everyone loves her in real life, but her character was a nasty bitch, and I wanted Chucky to kill her, but nope, she kills him. And he dies, but we leave hints that he might be alive, and downloaded into another Chucky doll, but spoilers, Megan did this better. He is a D character. Okay, someone wants Samara from The Ring. Okay, so it pains me to say this, but Samara, I'm putting on unfamiliar. I don't remember a whole lot of The Ring, the American Ring remake, and I have not seen a Ringu movie in my entire 9 lives. I have no familiarity with this franchise. I know everyone loves her. This is the girl who is in the VHS tape. She crawls out of the TV, comes after people and kills them, and you'll die in 7 days by her magic hand, and she drowned in a well. I know all that from Scary Movie 3 and all the parodies, but never actually watched any of the Ringu movies, and I don't remember the Sarah Michelle Gellar Ring movie all that much, so she has to go in unfamiliar. But please tell me where you would rank her. Like Miraculous Ladybug, Markov, and AI Robot. Yeah, I remember it got possessed. It left a cliffhanger. I did, okay. Yeah, sorry, Samara's going in unfamiliar. I don't know this character all that well. Uh, we might also have to put the Collector, if this is the Collector, down low. I don't know what movie he's from, so definitely unfamiliar character. Uh, who's this soldier character? This, like, mass Nazi character? I don't know who this is. I thought it was the urban legend killer, but very hard to tell. We'll do someone else. Alright, let's do the Fisherman Killer from I Know What You Did Last Summer, who, believe it or not, I'm putting on A. I actually like I Know What You Did Last Summer, and I Still Know What You Did Last Summer. These are the cheesy rip-offs of Scream, but honestly pretty much dated, like, fared a lot better than most. This is the Fisherman Killer, the man with the hook. Basically, Jennifer Love Hewitt and Fred Jones ran him over, and they got rid of the body because they were afraid they would face prison time for manslaughter because they were drunk driving. However, it turns out the guy survived and he became the Fisherman Killer to seek revenge on the people who ran him over and left him for dead. And yeah, the Fisherman Killer is pretty cool. He's got this iconic look. He wears this creepy black raincoat. He walks around with a hook that he uses to gut people and hook them to death. He wears a mask because we're led to believe that the Fisherman Killer could be anyone. I personally would put Samara in A. Her backstory and kills are definitely interesting in the movies, but would avoid S rank for me since not all the American Ring movies were good. Oh, what? You don't like the CGI deer, Shadow Link? The Prowler, a Valentine's Day killer. The Collector needs to happen to a complete trilogy. Oh, needs to have a complete trilogy. Thing is, there are a ton of Ringu movies, including a ton of crossovers, over 20 at least. It's pretty insane. Yeah, Ringu's pretty much the Japanese equivalent to the Saw saga. There's just so many of varying quality, and kind of everywhere. Anyways, the Fisherman Killer, I believe his name was Ben Willis. Yeah, I actually think he's cool. He's pretty effective, he's dangerous, he has more in common with Jason than he does Ghostface. He's this big, lumbering, hulking brute going around, attacking Jennifer Love Hewitt and Fred Jones, scaring them, going on this overly complex revenge where he's toying with the teens who ran him over, gaslighting them, threatening them, showing them he can kill them at any time he wants, but wants them to suffer like he suffered. He attacks, like, one guy, like, runs him off the street, threatens him and hospitalizes him, but doesn't kill him yet because he wanted to kill him in front of Sarah Michelle Gellar. A lot of creepy kills, epic chase scenes. Oh man, I don't even know what my favorite kill of his is. Because he's got, like, so many. Let's see, I guess I would have to go with when he kills Sarah Michelle Gellar. He, like, jumps her in the alley and is, like, shanking her behind, like, a bunch of spare tires lined up, and it's a really creepy scene because I think it's really scary because she's killed, like, literally within distance where she almost escaped his wrath but didn't, and basically killing her, like, in a public area where no one can hear her and she's dying horribly. That one was pretty scary and an effective scene. Really like that. My least favorite kill, I guess I have to go with Jack Black when he's, like, stabbing the fat Jamaican Jack Black kid. He's like, seriously, man, don't do that. It's pretty goofy and ridiculous, and pretty much started Ben Willis killing a bunch of random idiots who had nothing to do with his revenge. Yeah, Jack Black, definitely my least favorite death, even though he totally deserved it. Checking some comments. While the Fisherman doesn't get a lot of screen time, he's still pretty effective, yeah. Though the third movie, I'll always know what you did last summer sucks. Yeah, that's why he's not getting an S rank, because I'll always know what you did last summer was terrible. Why? Because the Fisherman was really a zombie. Yeah, Ben Willis becomes a supernatural zombie Jason ripoff, and it sucks because I Know What You Did Last Summer is not a supernatural horror saga. It is a grounded, realistic fiction. It is a real slasher killer. The Fisherman is a real guy. He's a human being, but then they retcon in supernatural bullcrap, and now the Fisherman is a Jason zombie knockoff, and it is stupid. It is so stupid. It's pretty much what sealed I'll Always Know What You Did Last Summer is one of the worst horror sequels ever. Also, why I know what you did last summer, protagonist called Fred Jones, like the girl named isn't called Daphne Blake. Yeah, because she was more known as Buffy at the time. Yeah, I call him Fred Jones because that's Freddie Prinze Jr., who played Fred in the live action Scooby movies. I predicted the stream will be finished by 5:30 at the latest. While I don't mind, we get more cat. Thanks, Blacksmith. Also, the fisherman becomes a zombie is the worst in the trilogy. Yeah, I just said that. Can you do a tier on the Power Rangers villains or Power Ranger allies? Probably not allies, but villains I might consider. The problem is I probably don't know a ton of the villains after like SPD. I kind of stopped watching Rangers by then. But yeah, Ben Willis, A tier. I think he's underrated. Definitely, he would have made S tier, but I'll always know what you did last summer happened, and that kind of kicked him down a peg. Definitely a good character in the first two movies, though. Alright, so this is the killer from the town that dreaded Sundown. I don't even remember what it was called. It was like kind of this knockoff Jason. I'll put him on B. Yeah, this guy was okay. This is the town that dreaded Sundown killer. He went around killing couples, and we never find out who the killer is. It was allegedly based on a true story of like a modern day rural Jack the Ripper. He was jumping people in cars, killing innocent teenagers, like making love, talking to each other, having romantic moments, and basically killed in a lot of southern towns. We don't find out who the killer is. It's mostly about the manhunt for him, unless you actually like watch the remakes. But yeah, this is the OG one. I did not like the trumpet kill. I'm sorry. I know it was based on a true story, and the killer like uses a trumpet to stab a girl to death like while he's playing it, and it just looks so goofy. Like, I'm sorry, it just looked ridiculous. That will have to be my least favorite kill. My most favorite, definitely when he rips any of the boyfriends out of the car, like as they're driving, he breaks the windows and rips them out while they're trying to drive away from him, and basically takes them out before they can even escape. Yeah, this killer's alright. Unfortunately, it doesn't make it higher because we don't know too much about him, and he's off screen for a lot of the movie. Never heard of this one. More cat is always good. Thanks, Emily, it means a lot. Dead Meat mentions the fisherman, and yeah, it never explains how he became a zombie. Yeah, that helped make the third movie suck a lot more. I don't know if so what is the killer's move what the name of the killer is from that movie. I don't know either. They just call him the Phantom. Yeah, that's it. He's the Phantom because he shows up and he disappears, and he's on B. He's alright. Didn't make a huge impression, and more people remember the sack mask when Jason took this identity. But yeah, he's definitely okay. Okay, so I might have to put this weird soldier-looking guy on Unfamiliar. I don't recognize him. I thought this was the urban legend killer, but apparently it's not. It's like a soldier helmet. He's cloaked. He looks like the fisherman killer, but we'll put him on Unfamiliar just because I don't recognize him. Okay, so I'm going to use the restroom again. You guys get to vote on who you want to see next. We're narrowing it down. So please cast your vote. Okay, I'm back. Want Sam or Hannibal, the Leprechaun, the little shit scene in a 1993 film in theaters back when you were a baby, and you love the franchise for better or for worse. I'm looking forward to the Leprechaun Origins. Didn't that come out? I think the soldier is the Prowler, which Dead Meat did a while. Never saw but watched the video anyway, and the thing I remember is that villain had a fun over-the-top death. Okay, if that's the Prowler, I haven't seen them. What is the movie name The Phantom from? Oh, this is from The Town That Dreaded Sundown. Basically, they dread sundown because the killer strikes and he attacks couples who are still out and about late at night. Yeah, most of these I recognize, some I don't. Okay. Yeah, sorry, I don't recognize the Prowler, so he'll go on unfamiliar. So, you want the Sam... Okay, let's do Sam from Trick or Treat. This is the spirit of Halloween, the supernatural pumpkin head from Trick or Treat, the anthology horror movie by the same director who created Krampus. Alright, so I'm probably going to upset a lot of people, but I don't like Trick or Treat. I think it's kind of overrated. I understand there's a fan base for it because it's Halloween themed. Everyone loves Halloween, and Trick or Treat, to its credit, does really capture that good old-fashioned Halloween feel. It feels like a Tales from the Crypt / Tales from the Dark Side episode brought on the big screen, and it is definitely a fun movie, but not one of my all-time favorites. However, Sam from Trick or Treat is the one everyone remembers, and since we're judging my characters, he makes it up high. I'll put him on A. Yep, Sam the Pumpkinhead makes it on A. How funny. We're already beginning the year and we got another Pumpkinhead supernatural character on this channel. Yeah, Sam definitely A tier. I do like him. He's pretty cool, pretty creepy, and he has an ultra distinct design. Everybody loves this little guy. I always see people dress up as him for Halloween because Sam is just that iconic. He's mysterious, he's fun, and when he strikes, he is vicious. He attacks the old Hannibal Lecter Chris Cox, and they have this funny fight scene in a direct homage to the Tales from the Dark Side episode Halloween Candy, and that is pretty much what solidified him as an iconic slasher killer. He strikes you if you don't give him candy on Halloween, and Brian Cox. Brian Cox plays like this angry old Scrooge, kind of like on the Tales from the Dark Side episode Halloween Candy. He refuses to indulge in the holiday and doesn't give candy, so the spirit of Halloween Sam trick-or-treats his house and goes all bloodthirsty on him and horrifically mauls him. Pretty fun stuff. Wrong, 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 wrong. You're wrong. Oh, Emily, you don't like me. The Phantom Killer. This was a comic book to movie. Boo this man! Wrong opinion. Yeah, Count Jacula did his review on this channel. Highly recommend checking it out for more context. Did you ever watch Uncle Sam and President's Day? No, I have not. But yeah, this is a personal favorite of mine. Sam is a pretty good character too. Yeah, Sam earns points because he's a good character. Trick or Treat, I just didn't get into that much. I don't know, I just wasn't vibing with it, wasn't feeling it. It did have its good moments. I will say it's not an awful movie, and it doesn't do anything horrendously bad. Don't hate it. I'm not gonna put it on a worst list ever, but it's not really my thing. I didn't gel with it, and I didn't understand what everybody loved about it. I think it's kind of overhyped. It's an okay movie, but not one of my favorites. However, Sam, definitely a horror icon. I'll put him on A. I know a lot of people will demand he make S because he did make a big impact on culture. Everyone recognizes him. If you haven't seen the movie, underneath his mask, he's got a pumpkin head. He looks like a Haunting Hour pumpkin head underneath that with weird bulging eyes and pretty vicious. Love his weapon is a razor blade candy bar. It's like a callback to the urban legends that people would put drugs and razors into candy. He has a razor blade candy bar. Does look cool. I won't deny this character is definitely up there. He is awesome. So Sam will be on A tier. But you know who's not going to be A tier? The other holiday killer, the Leprechaun. Leprechaun, I'm putting on D. Yeah, I'll put him under Pennywise. Leprechaun, I'll put him on D. There is a fan base for these Leprechaun movies, much to my utter shock. Apparently, people do like this saga, mostly because Warwick Davis is funny. Warwick Davis gives this character his all, but man, is this character just so goofy. I don't fear the Leprechaun at all. He's just so silly. He's this short little guy with supernatural powers. People are always trying to steal his gold, and he goes psychotic monster on them. That is his thing. People are on his ground. He thinks they're coming for his gold, and he psychotically attacks and mauls them. In some of the movies, he grants wishes, but they backfire horribly because the Leprechaun's a little dick. Quinn Lord played Sam. Yeah, that's right. Quinn Lord, who was on The Haunting Hour. He plays the little brother from Fear Never Knocks. And unfortunately, he was in Poop de Fromage, which is one of his worst horror stories ever. So I wonder, why a horror character actor played a Christian show is big idea. Well, it's all just work. It's a job, man. Sometimes you don't need to think about your morals when you're just doing acting gigs. Anyways, Leprechaun D. I hate the Leprechaun franchise. I am not a fan of it. There apparently is a cult following for this, and mostly because Warwick Davis is funny. I won't deny that. Warwick Davis is so entertaining. He looks good in the makeup. He's having so much fun as this character. Warwick Davis, if you don't know, plays Professor Filtwick from Harry Potter, and he's also Willow. And yeah, Warwick Davis is a great actor. Of course he is. It's why Leprechaun is not total F tier, but not a fan of his movies. They're just so goofy and stupid, and the character does nothing for me outside of some funny one-liners here and there. I'll put him on D. The rest of the... Ah yes, Leprechaun. His movies and character are pretty silly and stupid, though I do have a soft spot for Leprechaun 3 and the first Leprechaun Hood movie. The rest, though, not a fan of. Yeah, I hear that often. Give me back gold, you thieving hoods. You've got more loot than Tiger Woods. Those are so bad it's good movies. I'm glad you didn't add the Xenomorph and the Yautja, because these movies are more like hardcore... those movies are hardcore action sci-fi. Yeah, I would agree. I wanted to see the Predator on here, but apparently not. Oh yeah, Warwick Davis is also Wicket in Star Wars. That's one of the Ewoks. And he was a dwarf in the Narnia sequels. Leprechaun Origins, and to an extent, Returns is bad. Even in space is tolerable but bad. Now the Haunting Hour Leprechaun, yeah, Seamus, he's actually scary. Seamus Leprechaun actually did make Leprechaun scary, mostly because they directed that episode well than 7 movies. Yeah, Leprechaun Killer, he's going on D. I'm sorry, he's a dud. So while we're on holiday killers, I guess we should do the Valentine's Day killer. Yeah, both of them are on here. I might need a little help. I can't tell the difference between these two. This is the Valentine's Day killer, the evil miner who's going out and killing people because he was left for dead under a mine on Valentine's Day. Let's see. This one, I think this might be the OG Valentine's Day killer. This one I will put on B. Yeah, it's definitely on B. If you don't know, the miner was trapped under a mine shaft, then he killed all his coworkers and ate them. They found out they suffered budget cuts or something, and he goes on a killing spree every Valentine's Day. Basically, a pathetic attempt to copy Michael Myers, have a holiday killer, but the Valentine's Day movies honestly aren't that bad, and I think the killer is definitely fun. Harry Warden, that's the killer's name. Okay, thank you. I almost forgot. But he's not wearing green. Yeah, the Leprechaun isn't wearing green in that. I think he was gone for a dark green, but yeah, it was hard to tell. Harry Warden, we'll put the original guy on B. The second one, Jensen Ackles, is Harry Warden. I might have to put on E. He'll go above Hoffman, that's for sure. The remake killer... not as good. The remake is not as good. There is my favorite kill of his is of course chasing the naked hot chick. That will definitely be his favorite scene of mine. My least favorite kill, I'll take your pick, any of them. They all look fake. They all have these stupid 3D gimmicks. The classic one, definitely ripping the heart out and delivering it in like a box. That one was creepy as heck. My least favorite kill, basically the climax where he's like crawling out and delivering his like villain monologue. That was definitely a weird scene, especially because you can like it's a big enough hole you could fit your gun in and shoot him, but no, he escapes. The Harry Warden escapes in both movies. The Jensen Ackles Platinum Dunes remake did not do as well, and a lot of hardcore fans really hated that. Agreed. Original movie was solid, remake was bleh. My Bloody Valentine, thank you. Thank you. Well, to be specific, that the killer's aliases. Well, to be specific, that's the killer's alias. Both the movie killer's identities are different people. That's right. Okay. They were not entirely the same guy. They tried to throw you off in the remake where Jensen Ackles was the killer all along. Yeah, the guy that was in Supernatural plays the killer in the remake. Yeah, I mentioned that. My Bloody Valentine. Peter Copper was Harry Warden. Agreed. Original movie was solid. Remake was blat. The best scene in the remake is where he's chasing the naked hot chick, because you're watching a naked hot chick for like 5 minutes straight on a Scooby-Doo chase scene, so who didn't like that? But yeah, the rest of the movie is pretty mediocre. Jensen Ackles is a great actor because, yeah, he was the Red Hood and a pretty decent Batman, but as Harry Warden, they did not write him well, that's the thing, so he's dropping down to E. Not as bad as the others, but another terrible remake. Classic Harry Warden, I'll put him on B. He was definitely decent, but he doesn't scrape horror icon status for me. I know his costume's iconic. I know it's one of the best Valentine's Day massacre horror movies ever. My Bloody Valentine, the original is a classic. The remake was forgettable. So we'll put classic Harry at B, remake Harry at E. Alright, so I think we should go with the next classic holiday killer, and everyone's favorite, Michael Myers. Michael Myers, S tier. Yeah, he is easy S tier, and up there above Jason for me. This is the Halloween franchise killer. Michael Myers, the boogeyman, the shape, the thing that walks out alone at night, evil on 2 legs, the man with the devil's eyes. Michael Myers, like, who doesn't love Michael Myers? We did a whole ranking on his entire film franchise, and to this day, I think classic Michael is still S tier, even if Halloween Ends tried to butcher him. Like, why can't Harry Warden be in Mortal Kombat 1? Because My Bloody Valentine might be too obscure. Axel was the second minor. Okay. Yep, the original Boogeyman, definitely S tier. I agree. Michael Myers, awesome. He is one of my favorite horror characters ever, so of course he'd make it to S tier. We all know this guy, Michael Myers. He killed his sister as a child one Halloween night, and basically he's kind of been this possible supernatural killer, possibly a real-life guy who can take a lot of pain, and he kills every Halloween. Basically, that's his holiday. He likes to hurt people, he likes to kill, he likes to scare people. He donned the William Shatner silver mask to go on his murder sprees every holiday. And depending on what timeline you follow, he's been kind of all over the place. Halloween Ends is definitely his worst movie to me, but all the classic timeline Michael Myers, definitely pretty good, definitely effective, and really scary. What's my favorite kill? I did do my top 10 Halloween kills, so I recommend you watch that movie to see my favorite kills in the franchise. I'm trying to remember, like, what was my order? It's been a while since I did that list, but you'll find my favorite Michael Myers kill on my top 10 Halloween kills list. But what's my least favorite Michael Myers kill? Easily Tyra Banks. She dies off screen. We never see Michael Myers murder Tyra Banks. Tyra Banks was in this movie? Yes, Tyra Banks from Halloween Resurrection. Like, Busta Rhymes tells Michael, like, he thinks he's his coworker in an alternate costume, tells him to go meet Tyra Banks backstage to help her, and basically, Tyra Banks died off screen. Everyone was looking forward to how Michael was going to kill the celebrity guest stars, and apparently Michael Myers went to meet with Tyra Banks like Busta Rhymes told him to, and strangled her with computer while hoisted up her corpse up on the ceiling, and we never see it. Tyra Banks was in this movie? Yeah. These are the eyes of a psychopath. Oh, don't quote Malcolm McDowell, Dr. Loomis. Quote Donald. He was better. Also, wish Jensen Ackles played Colt Phantom in Miraculous since he feels better. Again, Akira, they're American-based, like, they're California-based actors. Also, Michael Myers was one of the slashers that didn't get Mortal Kombat treatment like Ash Williams didn't. Yeah, Emily told me Michael Myers and Ash Williams were supposed to get Mortal Kombat DLC, but apparently there were, like, rights issues and whatnot. Tough call for me, but I would definitely say many of my favorite kills were H2O. Yeah, H2O underrated. H2O is a good movie, Emily. Which, again, would have been a great, perfect ending, but yeah, we saw Halloween Resurrection happen. Also, is there a supernatural horror movie slasher tier list? Like, have magical powers? Probably, but I didn't find it. Anyways, yeah, Michael Myers, he is iconic. He is an S-tier killer. He's silent, he's creepy, he's deadly. He created, like, the Halloween killer craze. The classic staple of silent horror movie killers, and everyone loves him. And yeah, Michael Myers is definitely S-tier. He is a classic after all these years, and even with his bad horror movies, I still agree he's one of the greatest slashers of all time. But you know who's not? Rob Zombie's Michael Myers. Rob Zombie's Michael Myers, surprise, goes straight into F. And yes, I am putting him under Roy Burns as a big insult to Tyler Mane. Oh, I don't like Rob Zombie's Halloween. I went over this on the last stream we did on Halloween, so you know my thoughts. Rob Zombie pretty much butchered this character. Michael Myers is not scary. They tried to turn the embodiment of evil into a sympathetic villain, which is just wrong, and as we saw in the worst Halloween movie, Rob Zombie's Halloween 2, Michael Myers pretty much became a Jason Voorhees knockoff. He's a tragic victim of bullying, he's an outcast, he's treated different because he's mentally challenged, and the only person he loved was his mom, but when she died, that destroyed his whole world, and his mom's ghost influences him, and the less said about hobo Michael Myers, the better. I hate Rob Zombie's Michael Myers. I think he bastardized this character, I think he ruined Michael Myers, and it's a darn shame. They took one of the greatest slasher killers ever and gave us one of the worst reimaginings. Oh god, Michael Hobo Myers, F, a million times F. Trick or treat, motherfucker, dies of cringe. Yeah, Resurrection sucked, we all agree on that. Also, Crypt TV shorts return this year. Oh, finally, it's only been like 3 years. Crypt TV's finally back. Nature versus nurture, yeah. This Michael Myers, awful. Wolf and I talked enough about this character, but yeah, Rob Zombie bastardized this character. Rob Zombie should have just stuck to the House of a Thousand Corpses saga. Alright, so, I don't recognize this character, this guy with the weird pale mask. I thought this was the House of Wax killer for a second, but I guess we'll have to put him on unfamiliar. Yeah, sorry, I don't recognize him. I've seen images of him, but don't know. Our last holiday killer seems to be that New Year killer from the Terror Train movie. This was from that weird Jamie Lee Curtis B movie where they're on a costume party on a train and it's kind of an old school murder mystery, but the killer keeps switching costumes so you can't tell who it is. And I'm gonna have to put it on unfamiliar. I'm sorry, I only know of this character through Dr. Wolfula. I saw his review of Terror Train, never fully saw this movie, never saw like Jamie Lee Curtis's other horror movies outside of Halloween. Not too familiar with this outside of Dr. Wolfula's review. I know who it is, but never saw the films for myself, so I can't make a fair judgment. Yeah, I never saw either of those. Yeah, I agree. Oh, you want Candyman. Okay. People want Candyman. Rest in peace, Tony Todd. Alright, you want Candyman? The Candyman can. This is Tony Todd's Candyman from the saga of the same name. So, I'm not a huge fan of the Candyman franchise. Well, one, there's only one good movie. Movie 2 sucked. Movie 3 sucked. And Jordan Peele's reboot also sucked. But I can't deny Tony Todd's Candyman is S tier. Yes, the Candyman can. Tony Todd's Candyman is iconic. It's the role that made him famous. Everyone knows who this guy is. Say his name in the mirror 5 times, he shows up in your room to kill you. He has the hook hand. Tragic character. He's a boogeyman of the ghetto. Everybody loves Tony Todd as this character, and despite my dislike of the Candyman franchise, I won't deny this is a pretty cool killer. Candyman is another supernatural killer. Basically, he was a former slave who fell in love with a white woman. He got a job as an artist. Eventually, a racist lynch mob lynched him. They cut off his hand, replaced it with a hook, tarred and feathered him in candy, and he was killed by a swarm of bees. Yeah, pretty weird. Apparently, a bunch of bees killed him by stinging him to death. They're in his eyes. They used a deadly bee weapon. Bees, my god. Yep, Candyman definitely can. Behind the Mask, The Rise of Leslie Vernon. Okay. Yeah, rip Tony Todd, really loved him. It was okay that they made a cameo in Jordan Peele's movie. Bees, my god. Yeah, I love the Linkara meme more. Tony Todd was cool. Yeah, that is exactly what elevates him. Tony Todd really owns this role. Tony Todd is effectively creepy. He has this sinister voice, this smooth charm and charisma, and this very unsettling dread surrounding him. Candyman is kind of a cosmic entity, and Tony Todd definitely builds him up greatly. He is a classic boogeyman, a murderous ghost haunting people from beyond the grave. Unfortunately, the sequels did not do him justice, but Tony Todd delivers his all, even when he's like a 5-second cameo in the Jordan Peele movie. Yeah, my favorite kill from him, hard to say, because a lot of them happen off screen, especially in the first movie. Like, I would say, I guess I will have to go with his intro kill, where he kills Ted Raimi's girlfriend. Like, Joxer is with his girlfriend, and they're playing around. She says the name 5 times, and he jump scares her from behind the mirror and kills her with his hook hand, and we see the blood dripping through the ceiling because it was that graphic. Yeah, I'll go with his intro kill as my favorite. My least favorite? I guess I might have to go with what was the character's name? I can't remember. The best friend of Virginia Madsen, the black girl, gets killed off screen when she enters her apartment, and Candyman frames Virginia Madsen for it, Helen. And yeah, we don't see it happen. That was the thing. Most of Candyman's kills happen off screen. They are total jump scare deaths in the first movie. You don't fully see how they die. We see some getting impaled. I think we see the psychiatrist get killed on screen, and that's about it. Every time he's trying to come after Helen, but she's dodging him. Yeah, I know, Tony Todd was in a lot. He was Darkseid. Unfortunately, they didn't use him very well. Also insert Wickerman, Nicolas Cage reference here. No, not the bees! Not the bees! Ah, they're in my eyes! Yeah, he kills with bees because bees killed him and they became a part of his body. Really gnarly looking effect. Alright. So, yeah, not a huge fan of the Candyman film franchise, but I can't deny the killer is S tier. He is an icon. Tony Todd owns this role, and every line he says is creepy. Like, who doesn't love the Candyman? He is a classic supernatural ghost killer. S tier for sure. The Candyman can. Alright, so I'm trying to recognize some of these. This is Hannibal Lecter. I love Hannibal Lecter. Yeah, he's going on S tier too. Yeah, I will put him above Michael Myers, actually. Hannibal Lecter for life. This is Hannibal from the Hannibal saga. They do give different names for all his titles. He's in Hannibal, Hannibal Rising, The Silence of the Lambs, The Red Dragon, that kick-ass Hannibal TV show, etc. This is Hannibal Lecter, one of the ultimate serial killers. He's the first realistic serial killer that everyone knew and loved. Anthony Hopkins gave it his all. This was one of his best roles ever. This is Hannibal the Cannibal. He's this suave gentleman psychopath type of killer. He's an intellectual, he's smart, he's wise, but he's also deeply evil and screwed up. Be my victim. Yeah, best line. Also, Tony Todd played Gilgamesh in the Hercules: The Legendary Journeys. He was also in Xena. I remember him more on that. Icon on Young Justice, who didn't do much. And he was Venom, yeah. Have to go now. This was Monica the Savage Bear singing out. See ya, Monica. I ate his liver with some fava beans and a nice Chianti. Yeah, that was... Everyone remembers that one. Like, who doesn't like Hannibal Lecter? He's also on my Mount Rushmore of horror icons. Yeah, I know he's technically, like, not Freddy or Jason levels of popular, but I love Hannibal Lecter, and I think his saga's done a lot better than most. I love Silence of the Lambs. I actually defend Ridley Scott's Hannibal, mostly because Anthony Hopkins and Gary Oldman are great in that movie. I love Red Dragon. I love Mads Mikkelsen's Hannibal TV show. And I do understand the love for Manhunter. It's one of my least favorite movies, but I can't deny it's pretty good. I do like parts of it, so Manhunter pretty good. And I didn't think Hannibal Rising was that bad. I did get some amusement from certain scenes from, what's his name? Like the young Hannibal and Hannibal Rising. I don't remember his name, but yeah. I thought Hannibal Rising was definitely decent. I was watching it after the god-awful Clarice show, so it was a breath of fresh air. But yeah, Hannibal, one of my favorite killers. He doesn't just kill people, he eats them. Everyone remembers the brain scene where he like cuts up Ray Liotta's head and is serving his brain for dinner, and he's stalking Clarice. He stalks Edward Norton, Will Graham. Hannibal's awesome. He's a super mad genius. Really love his style. I think Mads Mikkelsen really got to show off how epic this character was when he was outside of prison and doing his thing. Definitely a great character. Hannibal the Cannibal is S tier for sure. I'm back. Hey, just some random guy. We're on Hannibal Lecter. He was the same young Hannibal that made the role in Moon Knight. Yeah, that was him. Gaspard Ulliel. That was his name. Gaspard Ulliel was young Hannibal Lecter. He was on Moon Knight, too. Apparently he did good in that, but I never saw it. Yeah, he sadly passed away. Gaspard Ulliel did die. I did dedicate my Hannibal ranking to that. So, watch it. It was like a tribute to Gaspard Ulliel's death. The first Hannibal Lecter actor to die, and it was tragically the youngest one of them all. Like, yeah, Anthony Hopkins and even Brian Cox are both still alive. They outlived Gaspard Ulliel, who was the young Hannibal. Very weird. Yeah, Anthony Hopkins, he's been around the block. I loved him on The Mask of Zorro, so Hannibal Lecter is definitely one of his iconic film roles. Yeah, my favorite kill from him, definitely the brain scene. He's eating Ray Liotta's brain and cut his head open while he's still alive, I might add. Definitely creepy. One of my least favorite kills, okay, this might be a strange one, but I have to go with Dr. Katz from the Hannibal TV show. Yeah, apparently Dr. Katz from the TV show stumbles upon Mads Mikkelsen's Hannibal's evil killer dungeon, and basically she gets killed off screen. Hannibal ambushes her and jumps her. He did put her corpse in that awesome display case, which, not gonna lie, is a pretty neat visual, but she died off screen, which does rub me the wrong way. So Dr. Katz was my least favorite death from the entire franchise. Favorite one, Ray Liotta's brain eating scene. Okay, more of Hopkins' roles. Yeah, okay. Hannibal Lecter, S tier. He is on my Mount Rushmore of horror icons for sure, and I will absolutely defend that this guy is up there next to Freddy and Michael and Jason. Hannibal Lecter for life. Okay, so I might need some help recognizing a few of, like, these two guys. I don't recognize who they are. I thought this was Vampire David from The Lost Boys, but that does not look like Kiefer Sutherland. And I don't know who these two guys are. This one almost looks like Jesse Pinkman from The Last House on the Left. I might be misremembering him, but we'll have to do some other characters. Alright, let's do Captain Spaulding, played by the late Sid Haig, who, I will put on the A tier. Yeah, Captain Spaulding from House of a Thousand Corpses / The Devil's Reject / Three from Hell. Sid Haig really owns this role. He's a psychotic monster clown with his own horror museum / fried chicken franchise restaurants. And yeah, Sid Haig is awesome. I have mixed feelings about Rob Zombie's horror career, but I can't deny this guy made his way into horror icon status greatly. Captain Spaulding, definitely fun, over the top, very sadistic psycho killer clown. Oh, Slumber Party Massacre 2, that's who he was, okay. Rip Sid Haig, classic horror icon. Yeah, Sid Haig is awesome. I may not like Rob Zombie's horror movies, but Sid Haig is a legend. He is so fun. He's charming. He's over the top. He was a generation's Robert Englund for a long time, and Captain Spaulding, easily one of his best character roles. It made him horror royalty for a lot of people. I don't know what kill I could say is my favorite, because he gets a lot of over-the-top kills. Basically, he kills people and turns them into exhibits in his horror museum. At least he did before he had to go on the lam. And yeah, a lot of cool kills. I guess I might have to go with the fish kill. He kills Dwight from The Office and turns him into a Fishman exhibit. That scene is iconic. I have to say that is my favorite. My least favorite, I guess I have to qualify the police he guns down in the shootout. One of the best scenes ever is the free bird scene. I love that. You all know what I'm talking about, where Captain Spaulding and what's left of his gang are trying to run away. They're beaten and wounded, but they bump into the police blockade, and instead of going out like bitches, they decide to rush them as the sound "Free Bird" plays, and that was a badass scene. That was so awesome. It's why he's A tier. Love the Free Bird moment. The Free Bird montage is easily the high point of Rob Zombie's career. That is the best thing he ever made, and Captain Spaulding definitely owned that role. Check out the creature Sid was in that movie too. The Driller Killer in Slumber Party Massacre 2. Okay, that's who that is. The movie with the creature Lockjaw. Oh, really? That made it on here? Okay, so yeah. Don't worry, Captain Spaulding, despite my hatred of Rob Zombie, don't worry, Rob Zombie fans, Captain Spaulding is a horror icon. I will put him on A. Definitely A tier. Rest in peace, Sid Haig. Okay, the Slumber Party Massacre Killer, I have to put on Unfamiliar. I have not seen that movie. I think this might be the remake Slumber Party Massacre Killer. I'll have to put him on Unfamiliar also. Sorry, don't know who he is. Alright, we're on the home stretch. I'm going to do another bathroom break, but you guys vote who you want to see next. We're almost there, and I do recognize a few of these killers. Alright, I'm back. The home stretch. What's next? Oh, Billy from Black Christmas highly recommended the fan-made film It's Me, Billy, making up after what they did in the 2019 film remake. Yeah, that remake sucked. I did watch It's Me, Billy, and honestly, I didn't really love it all that much. I did not get into it. Davey McRae is the channel highly recommended. Okay. Alright, let's do It's Me, Billy. The Black Christmas Killer. Billy going into S rank. Yeah, I'll say it. He's going into S rank. Billy is creepy. Basically, what makes Billy scary is we don't know much about the killer, even his own identity. Billy might not even be his real name. For those of you who don't know, Black Christmas, highly underrated horror movie. Basically, it was the inspiration for John Carpenter's Halloween. Billy is this deranged psychopath who has a tendency to kill people. However, he suffers like some weird psychosis, like a split personality disorder and schizophrenia that makes him very violently dangerous. Billy is on the run from the law because he apparently murdered a little girl and left her corpse for dead in like a park, so he takes refuge in this attic on top of a sorority house. There's like the sorority house where all the girls live in and roommate together. Margot Kidder's there, Olivia Hussey's there, etc. He hides up in the attic and basically he's trying to lay low from the law, but he's so mentally unstable and deranged that he just can't help himself and he starts killing again, this time at the sorority home. He gives creepy phone calls, he stalks the girls, he harasses them, he listens in on their conversations, he's hiding in the shadows, and what makes it scary is that we know Billy is in the house, we know he's up there in the attic, we know he's moving around, we know he's stalking these girls, and we know he knows a little too much about them. However, the horror comes from the girls, the sorority sisters, don't know he's there. And that's what makes him very creepy. Angel from It's a Wonderful Knife and John Carver, the Thanksgiving Killer, wasn't on this list. Yeah, sorry, I think this list is a bit old. Original Black Christmas is a great classic. The call is coming from inside the house. Classic line. R.I.P. Olivia Hussey. She was great. Also, the kills were creepy. Like, all those girls' bodies becoming ornaments for Christmas. She was supposed to be in the fan-made films, but, you know, she got sick and was unable to make it. Yeah, apparently Olivia Hussey's supposed to be in It's Me, Billy too. They allegedly have footage of her, but not sure if we're going to see that form into anything. I'm not sure how it's going to pan out because Olivia Hussey was supposed to appear in the fan film, but she tragically passed away. I hope they still make the sequel at least, but we'll see what happens. Anyways, Billy, very creepy. We don't even see his face. Like, this is the only image where we see, and it's his, like, eye sticking out. We catch Billy's, like, eyes and him in like shadows. He's always moving around in the background in the dark, and he is a pretty violent killer. He's creepy and he's unstable, and that's what makes the Black Christmas movie so scary. This isn't a cold, calculating psychopath like Hannibal Lecter or a superpowered slasher like Jason or Freddy. This is a normal guy. He's a normal, unhinged, escaped mental patient going on creepy killing sprees and doing his all to stalk and harass these girls because he's so unhinged that killing is the only thing he can do. He hides in the sorority house for almost all the movie until Olivia Hussey eventually discovers the calls are coming from inside the house, where they have this confrontation. That scene where he's looking at her behind the door crack with his eye exposed is very intimidating. Total grand visual right there. Okay, I did read this. Nick Mancuso also played Steven Matrix. Okay, whatever. Yeah, Billy, very creepy, and he essentially wins in the end. Billy escapes completely scot-free. Olivia Hussey thinks her boyfriend is actually the killer, and when he confronts her in like a very threatening and violent way, Olivia Hussey kills the boyfriend, and they think that stopped the killer. The killer is dead, and they think it was They think it was Olivia Hussey's boyfriend. However, in our twist ending, we cut to the top of the attic and see, nope, Billy's still alive, and the boyfriend had absolutely nothing to do with anything in the film. He was a total red herring, and Billy's alone in the house trying to call Olivia Hussey again, and time will tell what'll happen next, leaving it on an ambiguous, creepy ending. However, the It's Me Billy fan film makes it very weird where they were going to go with it. Yeah, Billy S tier. This guy is so scary because we don't know anything about him, and he's unnerving because he's this violent psychopath, basically preying upon a bunch of young, vulnerable women who were alone in this house during Christmas break. And yeah, very effective. Black Christmas is a great horror movie, and of course, the villain is one of the greatest ever. He'll be on S rank for sure. Yeah, they ruined Billy with the 2 remakes, and the 2019 film, WTF to that shite. Yeah, the Black Christmas remakes, the 2006 one had a lot of bad directions and kind of ruined Billy. They made him yellow for some reason. And the 2019 Black Christmas remake had absolutely nothing to do with the OG Black Christmas and was its own thing entirely, but it was terrible. Yeah, he died by the star of Christmas tree. So Esther. Okay, you want Esther next. Okay. Yeah. Billy S tier. My favorite kill is definitely the unicorn. He stabs Margot Kidder to death with a glass unicorn. That scene is so creepy. It's our first glimpse of him and one of the most memorable kills in the movie. He stabs a sleeping Margot Kidder with her own glass unicorn ornament, and this is happening while children are singing Christmas carols outside, adding this creepy, unsettling atmosphere because Christmas music is coinciding this brutal murder. Definitely the best kill. My least favorite kill is Barb. Like, Barb is the nerd girl. She walks in Margot Kidder's room to find her dead, and the door closes on her, and we never see how she dies. She just turns up dead in her next scene. Barb, my least favorite kill. My favorite Margot Kidder's death scene is definitely the most iconic one in that movie. Billy's a S tier for sure. Okay, you want Esther next. So why isn't Horny the Clown from Drive-Thru in this list? I guess he wasn't popular enough. Okay, so you want Esther. Esther from the Orphan series. And Esther, I will put on A. Yeah, she'll definitely go above Captain Spaulding and Chop Top. Esther is honestly a pretty underrated creepy horror icon. The little girl playing her really did a good job. If you don't know, the Orphan series follows Esther, this orphan with some spooky secrets, namely that she's a psycho killer. And what makes Esther so creepy is the big twist. So, spoilers, tune out if you don't want to hear. Esther is an orphan, but she's an orphan who's not actually a child. Esther is an adult little person who looks like a child but poses as a child so she can get adopted into families so she can sleep with the guys and kill all the women in them to take the family as her own. It is so disturbing and gross, but man, do I really like it. Esther is creepy as hell. Definitely has a good twist. Yeah, the orphan twist. Such a shocker and a huge surprise. The original movie, great, and the recent prequel movie, like a 6 or a 7 out of 10. But the original Black Christmas, definitely off. No, the remake Black Christmas is awful. The one with the girls and the feminism message, and it had nothing to do with the good Black Christmas. So yeah, F that movie. That's a negative 1,000. Anyways, Esther, really like her. She is creepy. She's actually this smart, intellectual sophisticate. She's Hannibal Lecter if he was a little person disguised as a little girl. Yeah, Esther is very screwed up, and that's what makes her scary. She wants to have relationships with the foster dads who adopt her. She has this creepy crush on a man who thinks it's his daughter, trying to sleep with him, loving going in the bed, and a lot of scenes are a lot more grosser to watch knowing the twist, like when she's hanging out with the family, having time with the boys, and threatens to cut off like her foster brother's penis, which how would she know that if she's supposed to be this little like 10-year-old girl? She's got this great vast knowledge, and Esther's very smart and very unhinged too. Like she turns like gaslights the mother, turns the family against her. She breaks her own arm in this gross graphic scene and pretends that mommy turned abusive and pretends that mommy's the evil psycho crazy one, and succeeds at it because Esther's a very smart character. However, the mom wises up and eventually battles Esther, and she does die in her first movie, and then she gets the prequel. And allegedly based on an actual event with the orphan. Really? Yeah, Isabelle Fuhrman, that's her character, plays Claire in the escape room. Yeah, apparently she's actually a grown woman, but very short. Yeah, Esther, I'll put on A. My favorite kill, definitely when she kills the foster dad because he was an idiot and deserved it. Definitely that. My least favorite kill would CCH Pounder dies. Yeah, CCH Pounder plays like the nun who figures out that Esther is actually an adult, but gets anticlimactically killed because she knows too much. That's one of my least favorite kills. I think they could have done way more things with that, but yeah. Foster dad dying is my favorite kill because he was an idiot all movie and definitely deserved it. Yeah, Esther will put her on A because she is awesome, but doesn't make it to S because she hasn't quite touched iconic status. So yeah, Esther, awesome. Okay, Victor Crowley. Yeah, Victor Crowley from the Hatchet movies. That's it. If you don't know, the Hatchet movies are basically made by a hardcore horror fan who wants to have modern day slasher movies because the genre's been failing lately, and he did a pretty good job. Victor Crowley, I'll put on A. Yeah, I'll put him above Remake Jason. I'll put it there. Victor Crowley is basically a knockoff Jason. He was also a deformed, ugly boy who died a tragic death, and he had a loving father in his movie. He got an axe to the face, which pretty much deformed him here. Like, their cabin was like on fire, and the dad tried to save their life, but he accidentally axed his face. And then basically the dad died saving his son, where the son grew up into a psycho killer in kind of a similar vein to Jason. And to the point where they even got Kane Hodder to play him because the Hatchet movies are pretty much just Friday the 13th movies, given its own identity and budget, because Friday the 13th is currently in the crapper right now because copyright issues are preventing a new movie from being made. Never seen the Hatchet movies? Don't worry, Shadowling. They're basically like kind of fan film versions of the Friday the 13th Jason saga. This killer is basically Jason. Why is Serial Mom not on the tier list? I don't know. I didn't make this list. Mr. Crowley by Ozzy Osbourne here. Victor Crowley is the Louisiana Jason Voorhees. Yeah, that is him. Also, Tom Kane played Victor Crowley. Did he? Like, I think it's Kane Hodder who played Victor Crowley. Yeah, basically, Kane Hodder is Victor Crowley, and these are pretty much a fan's attempts at making their own Jason movies. His own Jason movies. They're not bad, honestly. They're dumb, fun B-movie slasher flicks. They're basically direct-to-video stuff. They've never appeared in theaters, but my friend Emily really loves them, and a lot of horror fans have fun with the series. It's basically graphic kills and seeing a lot of horror legends cameo in these. Like, Kane Hodder is Victor Crowley, Tony Todd cameos in them, Robert Englund cameos in them. I think Brian Cox, Hannibal Lecter cameos in them too. Like, basically a lot of horror legacy characters appear in these movies. They're kind of a fan-made film, a loving tribute to horror slashers and old school horror B-movies. They're definitely good. I'll put Victor Crowley on awesome. My favorite kill of his is when he rips off the old lady's head and turns her body into like a fountain. It like sprays a geyser of blood. That one was pretty cool. Any bad kills from the terrible Victor movie? I did not like that movie. And pick any from the Victor movie. But yeah, I'll put Crowley on awesome. Yeah, but has good nudity in his films. Definitely, I'll agree there. Jason versus Victor Crowley needs to happen. It should after the rights issues ever settle. Alright, the home stretch. Okay, so some people might need to help me. I don't recognize any of these characters, like these three, from this guy, this black guy, or this guy who looks like Jesse Pinkman, so we'll have to do someone else. Alright, let's do the mother from Us. I'll put her on B. Yeah, the tethered mother from Us. I actually do like Jordan Peele's Us. I actually think it's one of his better movies. Not a huge fan of Get Out. I watched it, I thought it had its moments, but I did not get what people saw in it as saying it's one of the greatest horror movies in a long time. It was okay. But Jordan Peele's Us, definitely an underrated movie. It's basically Twilight Zone's mirror image given a much greater film length. The Tethered are pretty creepy villains. They're defective clones of us all, basically. They were clones made by the government until they escaped thanks to the mother being locked in there and finding a way out. And they're killing all their original counterparts to steal their lives in their place. Did you see Nope yet? Blacksmith? Nope, we have not. Us was pretty good. I definitely like the creepy clone vibe. Plus, the twist did catch me by surprise my first watch. Yeah, if you don't know, the Tethered are the name of the clones. We find out that this was actually the real mother. The mother, as a little girl, ventured into the clone hideout, which was underneath a carnival. She bumps into her clone counterpart down there, and they build up a twist that, oh, what she saw wasn't a dream, it really happened. She was attacked by the clone, and spoilers, the clone actually won. She knocked out the real mother and stole her life and was the real main character we were following the whole time. The clone mother actually escaped, and the real mother is this woman. She's the Us counterpart. She created the clones as her own army and helped lead them out and get revenge on basically everyone who abandoned her, starting with her counterpart, the clone mom, who stole her life and had a family without her. It's never explained really how. Like, it's implied that these clones were made by the government and they were just locked down here to be forgotten and die alone, but nope, the mother stumbling upon them ruined that, and the clones somehow mimic everything we're doing, even in real time. Like, the mother has her own family of clones to help kill the real family, and yeah, it's pretty cool. One of my favorite kills is definitely, I don't think the mother actually got any kills. It was mostly the clones doing all it. I will say I thought the killing the White family was pretty funny, like the way she says, Siri, call the police, and Siri plays the police. That was definitely funny. My least favorite kills, definitely any off-screen deaths where we cut to like the clones taking places and there's several dead bodies everywhere. We never got to see them die, so yeah, pretty cheap cop-out. Her name is Adelaide Thomas / Wilson, Red Wilson in Us. Okay. Nope does have, in my opinion, one of the most gruesome, darkest scenes Jordan Peele has ever filmed. Yeah, I wanted to give Nope a chance, but unfortunately Keke Palmer has become a real annoying activist lately, and I don't want to support her in anything. Keke Palmer, I used to love her when she was True Jackson VP. She was my Nickelodeon crush for a while, until she grew up and became an activist, and now she's preaching a lot of Black Lives Matter stuff and calling white people the devil, which is a huge turnoff for me. Sorry, I don't date racists. The golden scissors are her weapon. Yeah, those are cool. Those are pretty cool. She has, like, scissors, and I love the scene where she fights her clone in the underground, like, classroom. They have, like, a dance battle because she wanted to be a ballerina when she grew up, and she became, like, a dance kind of killer. Definitely cool. I would put her on B because, unfortunately, she does ultimately fail. She was a complete one-and-done character, and as cool as Us was, I do think her family kind of upstaged her. The best thing about her is her creepy voice and her climatic battle with Adelaide. Really cool film. So if you're a young black woman who dreams of being a slasher killer, she definitely broke ground. I'll put her on B. She's okay. Alright, so Next, let's do Patrick Bateman, and this may be a controversial decision, but Patrick Bateman is going on C tier. Yeah, this is the American Psycho, Patrick Bateman, played by Christian Bale, in what many consider to be an underrated horror movie, American Psycho. And he makes it on C precisely because of the twist ending. Basically, Patrick Bateman might not even be a slasher killer. Yeah, if you don't know, the infamous twist, it's a total mind screw / ambiguous ending where Patrick Bateman might be a slasher killer, but he also might not be. That everything we saw in his movie was basically all in his head. American Psycho, basically we follow this city boy yuppie with big dreams. He wants to make it big in the city. He wants to be famous. He wants to be a famous executive at the top of his corporation. However, underneath, he's deeply a psychotic wreck. Patrick Bateman's a complete lunatic, and he kills people all movie, but we find out none of that might have actually happened. We might have been seeing into his mind. They're all his psychotic delusions, his dreams. He dreams of being a badass and fantasizes killing people, but might have not actually done them. American Psycho is a pretty fun time. Hip to be square scene is absolutely iconic. Yeah, because Batman killed the Joker in that movie. The off-screen deaths in Us were fairly scary, mainly because it helps establish how dangerous the tethered are. Yeah, I agree, but unfortunately, because we don't see how they die, you can't call them a cool kill. The first movie is great, and the second is not great. Yeah, American Psycho 2, starring Mila Kunis. Don't worry, she's not even on this list because everyone hated that crap. But yeah, Patrick Bateman, he might not be the killer. I remember the girl head in the fridge off-screen kill is confusing, yeah. The whole American Psycho was just Bruce Wayne's dream. Yeah, that is pretty much the silver bullet, why this character doesn't make it high, because Patrick Bateman might not actually be a killer. Basically, the movie implies it was all in his head, or it could have happened. It's a social commentary on how people are not who they seem to be, and how New York is completely apathetic to crime, because New York sucks. Like, basically, all the stuff that happened has like a logical explanation or covered up, like, oh, Jared Leto didn't really die, he actually moved away and transferred to a new office. But like, absolutely nobody has seen him since Patrick Bateman killed him with that sledgehammer. Yeah, Batman finally killed the Joker. That is now officially a funny joke. But yeah, like his murder room like gets painted over. All his corpses like he kept in his fridge disappear. There's like an illogical explanation behind everything. The police are apparently not hunting him after he had a big shootout, and there are hints to both endings that it could have actually happened, but it also could have been his psychotic escapist fantasies. We do know the one thing that was real is the journal where he's drawing all his murder porn. But yeah, he makes it to C because Patrick Bateman might not even be a real slasher killer. We saw it happen in the movie, but it might not be real. Like, all the murders might not have happened, and it's all his just deranged delusions, and he's really this pathetic loser with delusions of grandeur. So, yeah, unfortunately I do have to put him on C because this is a slasher icon list. And as great as Christian Bale is, we do not count wannabes. So we'll put him on C. Seems like Patrick Bateman needs to be in the next Purge movie. Yeah, that would be cool. Unfortunately, we're probably not going to get it because, oh yeah, also why he's on C, Patrick Bateman gets punk killed by Mila Kunis when she was a little girl. Yeah, this character goes out like a bitch. We do not talk about American Psycho 2 because it is one of the worst horror sequels ever. Oh, I should also mention, okay, if it did happen, my favorite kill is definitely when he kills the prostitute. He's chasing her naked with the chainsaw and drops the chainsaw down her when she's running down the stairwell. That is an awesome scene. I really like that. That would be my favorite kill. My least favorite kill, stabbing the homeless man in the dark alley. That's not cool. Like, that's pretty lame. He just kills a random hobo on the streets and is running for his life. Not really one of his best kills. I think people love Jared Leto's kill more than that, but yeah. Favorite kill, definitely chasing the prostitute with the chainsaw. Least favorite, stabbing a homeless man in the alley. And if we were counting the least favorite kill in the franchise as a whole, Patrick Bateman getting killed by Mila Kunis when she was just 6 is so pathetic that I laughed the first time I saw it. Yeah, Christian Bale's been in a lot of roles, okay, man? You don't have to list them all. Also, I heard that William Dafoe acted out each meeting with Patrick Bateman in 3 different styles. 1, as if he didn't suspect Patrick as the killer. 2, as if he did suspect him. And 3, as if he knew he was the killer. Yeah, that definitely made the movie fun. American Psycho, a lot of people love it because it's a total mind screw horror movie. I will say American Psycho is a good movie, but the killer who we're judging, the killer on character merit himself, definitely average. Like, sorry, Patrick Bateman, but your worst fears came to life. You are nobody compared to these higher characters. Alright, so I do need help recognizing a few of these characters. I don't recognize these 3 guys, and the woman looks familiar, but I can't piece it together. So I'm going to go on a bathroom break one more time. So please name who you want to vote for next, or who these killers even are. BRB. Alright, I'm back. Let's do this. The final round. Yeah, you don't recognize him either. Okay. Yeah, I know Sleepaway Camp's Angela, because that's the iconic face scene. Oh, it's the 2000 Black Christmas Agnes. Okay, I didn't recognize her. Alright, put her on F. Put her above Glenn and Glenda, because Glenn and Glenda wanted to make me shoot the screen, whereas she just made me turn it off. Alright, Agnes sucks. F tier. So that means this must be Remake Billy, because I recognize him from the yellow skin. Yeah, also down there. Yeah, Remake Billy and Agnes, F tier. The 2006 Black Christmas remake was terrible. It's a mess. The only thing it has going for it is all the hot chicks they got to play the sorority sisters. Like Katie Cassidy, Lacey Chabert. Yeah, they're and what's her name? Oh, trying to remember. Yeah, Mary Elizabeth Winstead. I almost forgot. Okay. Yeah, Lacey Chabert, Mary Elizabeth Winstead. Yeah, all hot. They're hot, man. Like, those girls are hot. They're the only reasons why you should watch that movie. But yeah, Remake Billy and Agnes, a complete disgrace to the Black Christmas name. If we had the sexist male fraternity on here, they would be below them. But yeah, unfortunately, we only have the 2006 Black Christmas. And yeah, they suck. They suck. Definitely do the Sleepaway Camp movie. Okay. Yeah, thanks for helping me, Christopher. Didn't recognize them almost because I try to forget that movie existed. Alright, so these two I don't recognize still. I thought this was the guy from Last House on the Left because he looks like Jesse Pinkman. Alright, so I'm afraid I might have to put these guys down in unfamiliar. Don't know them. But let's end this with Sleepaway Camp's Angela Baker. Angela was really the killer, and she's really a boy. Oh my god, somebody remembered this movie and wrote a comedy sketch about it. And as an added bonus twist, I'm actually 3 ducks in a man costume. Good night, yeah. Alright, Angela, S tier for sure. Yeah, I'm putting her under the tall man, but I'll put her... Yeah, no, I'll put her under Jigsaw. Okay. Yeah, Angela Baker. Let's end things on a high note. She is S tier, underrated. Don't worry, Emily. Angela made it high up. I love this character. Oh boy, the last one. Yeah. We're on the last one. Angela Baker, the sleepaway camp killer. She was really the killer, and she's really a boy. Yeah, everyone knows that twist by now. Emily Alucard calls her a trans icon, and I can definitely see why. Angela's a classic killer from the Sleepaway Camp saga. I do own Sleepaway Camp 1. I actually kind of like Sleepaway Camps 2 and 3 because those are just guilty pleasures. They're bad, but they're a fun kind of bad. Basically, Angela's one of the earliest child killers. She and her cousin and friends are going to this creepy summer camp. A lot of bad things happen. Angela's a total bully victim because she's socially awkward and shy. This is because we find out some things about her later, why she doesn't talk to a lot of people. But yeah, she's picked on and bullied, and then she snaps and starts killing them. All the people who wrong Angela die horribly gruesome deaths. One of my favorite is killing the alpha bitch by shoving the hot curling iron in her vagina, burning and impaling her to death. One of my least favorite kills, definitely the dumb jock guy who dies in the bathroom stall, the bees. Like, we get another deadly bee weapon. Bees, my god. Yeah, she kills one of the dumb jocks by trapping him in a bathroom stall and dropping a beehive in there, and for some reason the dumbass doesn't crawl underneath to get out. It's like, you could like squeeze through the hole underneath. That's what a lot of us did as kids. He doesn't go under the stalls and is just trapped, and he dies getting stung to death because he's a moron. Pretty dumb death, honestly. Yeah, first Sleepaway Camp is a classic, thank you. Angela Baker. Oh boy, the last one. Yep, we're on the final one. She was given the redo healer treatment with the curling iron. Yeah, the curling iron death where she kills the alpha bitch. Definitely satisfying. So, basically, this is why a lot of people love Sleepaway Camp, because it is actually a reveal about, like, gender identity. Angela is really a boy. She and her brother Peter were actually 2 siblings. They lived with their dad and his gay lover, but the dad died in a tragic boating accident, and because this was before gay people had rights, the gay lover wasn't allowed to have the children, so they were given to the aunt, the sister of the dead father, and the aunt's like, we're led to believe that Angela survived and Peter died, but nope, it turns out Angela did die and Peter, the boy, was alive, but the aunt is a deranged psychopath who didn't want another boy, so she forced Peter to become a girl. Peter became his sister Angela and was forced to dress up like a girl, forced to act like a girl and live like a little girl, and unfortunately, none of the kids could tell that this was really a boy in drag, so they treated her like a girl, which caused a lot of psychological damage. Yeah, Felissa Rose was... yeah, Felissa Rose, awesome as Angela Baker. She definitely owned this role. I do like Pamela Springsteen as Angela. Not gonna lie, she did a pretty good job. Yeah, basically, she's really this gender-confused psychopath that kills people who bullied her. The bullying becomes way too much to handle, so she fights back by killing them. Basically, this old-school, like, kind of classical villain. If you have sex, you die. If you do drugs, you die. If you're a bully, you die gruesome. handsomely. Basically, kind of an anti-villain kind of killer, which made Angela so fun. Angela tries to have this romance, but because of her gender confusion, she has trouble picking, like, lovers. Like, the alpha bitch character lives for so long because it's suggested that Peter has a crush on her, but because they think Peter's a girl, they treat her differently. Then there's also a boy who has a crush on Angela and trying to get with her, but because Peter's a boy, is very confused about that, and the aunt is a total psychopath that did not teach her well or raise her well. At least they didn't go the same route as Finkel from Ace Ventura movie. Oh, that was funny. Finkel is Einhorn. Einhorn is a man. Oh, Einhorn is a man. And he has showers as they play the crying game. That's classic. Yeah, Ace Ventura is classic. That didn't bother me at all. So if you don't remember, basically, Angela eventually chooses the boy who crushes on her, then kills him. We find out that the dark truth, Angela is really a boy. Angela was a boy who was psychologically screwed up and forced to conform to this trans way against her will, and is really a psychotic killer. She murdered the boy who crushed on her, heavily implied because he saw her penis. Let's be real, a lot of people do not fall in love with people who lie about their gender, okay? That is just a hard fact, and yeah, the boyfriend probably didn't take it well finding out his crush had a dick, and Angela beheaded him, and the camp counselors find her all crazed and deranged, and find out the twist, she's really a boy and a psycho killer. Love the Ace Ventura movies. I do, except for Ace Ventura Jr. I do have to remind people, Ace Ventura Jr. was a thing, and that one was awful. Really awful. Jim Carrey's, though, classics. Both Pet Detective and When Nature Calls, love that. The Finkel is Einhorn twist is not bad. It didn't bother me. Get over it. Okay, so yeah. Angela gets exposed, and they take her to... I guess they arrested her off screen because movie 2 reveals that they did capture her, and she's taken to the nut house, and apparently in the asylum they give you transgender surgery in there because then she suddenly becomes a woman full time, and Angela becomes Pamela Springsteen, who I thought was pretty good. She's so pretty. She's actually having fun. She's the psychotic Harley Quinn killer. You're one unhappy camper. And Emily loves singing her song. She is so over the top, but it's a fun over the top. I love Angela. She basically became a camp counselor and kills campers who don't have fun. Then in the third movie, she disguises herself as a new camper and blends in with the younger kids and kills them one by one because they're bad campers. It's a really crazy franchise, but definitely fun. I know the sequels get a bad rap. Personally, I think 2 and 3 are good. The fourth one was trash. I fully agree. It is garbage. It is the worst one. Yeah, even if they brought Felissa Rose back, it didn't save how garbage that movie is. Right, that movie was a thing. Yeah. Ace Ventura Jr., that one sucked. Oh, I'm a happy camper. I love the summer sun. I love the trees and forests. I'm always having fun. Oh, I'm a happy camper. I love the clear blue sky. And with the grace of God, I'll camp until I die. You remember, Emily. Yes, Emily, don't worry. Angela's right here, our last one, and she makes it the S tier. Love Felissa Rose as his character, and I actually defend Pamela Springsteen was good as Angela. I thought she was actually funner. She's a lot more goofy, charismatic, and she's a one-liner machine just like Chucky and Freddy are. I will say she's better than... Yeah, definitely better than Ghostface because she was a horror character, and I liked her in a lot more films than Candyman, so she does kind of get ahead of Tony Todd on that. And Billy had one good movie. We'll leave Billy at that. Yeah, Angela S tier. She is definitely fun. She is a classic. She is an underrated summer camp killer, and as Emily would say, she is a trans icon. One of the rare good LGBT killers. Yeah, no, Norman Bates does not count because he's not actually LGBT. Yeah, Angela, definitely fun, S tier. Rose isn't in the fourth one. She's in the first one and the fifth one. Oh, she was? Okay, I forget there are 5 sleepaway camps. Yeah, I love 1, 2, and 3, and after that, all trash. Sorry, Emily, but that's the truth. Sleepaway Camp is weird. Like, we got 2 girls beheaded with 1 axe and 1 with a lawnmower. Yeah, they're goofy movies. They are goofy and over the top. Also, wasn't there that guy with the mustache? Yeah, the tape mustache who appeared lately because he shaved it off. Yeah. She was in Return to Sleepaway Camp. Okay, that's the one I am thinking about. I'm talking about the first Sleepaway Camp. Yeah, there was a cop who had a mustache in one scene, but unfortunately he shaved it off, and when they brought him back, they used like black tape, and it looks so hilariously fake. Not gonna lie, that is funny. The Sleepaway Camps are not high art. The first one, you do have defenders who will claim it as a horror masterpiece. I won't deny that. I do love these movies overall, but yeah, they're definitely low budget horror, but Angela Baker definitely made those movies stand out. She made those movies fun. I will put her on S rank because she is definitely the camp champ. Get it right, fake fan. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, that pretty much completes our tier list. For those of you who are late, we'll go over it one last time. Unfamiliar, all these characters. I know Samara and Garbage Day Guy are pretty huge, but I've never seen all their movies, so that's kind of a problem holding them back. I just don't know most of these characters, and the ones I do know the names of I've seen in reviews. I know Emily's disappointed that Garbage Day Guy made it on. Sorry, Em, but you'll have to rank him on your list. Like, is there a bloody Bible camp killer there? I don't think so. Didn't make it. F tier. Glenn and Glenda, easily the worst character. Fuck Glenn and Glenda. This is last place easily, even among the unfamiliar. Worst killer ever. Billy and Agnes from the Black Christmas remake, they're bad. The Black Christmas remake sucks. I know Emily defends it, but it wasn't as bad as the 2019 one, but the killers were definitely lame reinterpretations of them. All the remakes of Michael Myers and Freddy Krueger, Jackie Earle Haley and Tyler Maines, Freddy and Michael, bad. They are bad reimaginings of the character, and quite frankly, I'm kind of surprised they didn't make it to last place because they were just that awful. And Roy Burns, the pretender Jason, the fake Jason. Yeah, he's bad. After all these years, I still think he's one of the worst Friday the 13th characters ever because he's a total poser. E ranking, the lame ducks. We have the remake, Harry Warden, Jack Frost. I'm sorry, Jack Frost fans. I know you want him higher, but I don't think he's that good as a killer. And Hoffman, don't worry, he's appropriately the last on the E rank. Hoffman sucks, a complete disgrace to the Jigsaw legacy. These are all the lame duck villains. Then D, below average, we have Pennywise, who was so good in the first movie, but completely bastardized in shit chapter poo. Leprechaun, I am not a fan of this character, but I understand there are fans who do defend him. We'll just say he's one everyone loves, but I hate. And Chucky, prototype Megan. Megan is definitely a better version of this character. This Chucky, not bad in concept, but definitely didn't save his film. He is a dud. All these are weak villains. Yeah, shout out to Bloody Bible Camp. Jesus loves me, this I know, for the Bible tells me so. Straight bars. Wrong opinion on Jack Frost. Sorry, Emily, but I don't think fondly of Jack Frost. C tier. We got remake Leatherface. He's okay. He's pretty much the most mediocre character on this list. He falls right smack in the middle. Didn't love him, but also don't really hate him all that much. He is a mid-tier slasher. And Patrick Bateman, who only makes it on here because he might not be a killer. It might all be in his head. American Psycho is definitely a fun movie, but because of the mind screw twist ending, we can't really call Patrick Bateman a full-on slasher. He might be a wannabe killer, but we'll put him on C tier thanks to Christian Bale's charismatic performance. B tier, we have the entity Freddy Krueger from New Nightmare, Leatherface, I'm sorry, M, he makes it to B, the Phantom from the town that dreaded sundown, Amanda Young, the original My Bloody Valentine killer, Harry Warden, the babyface killer, and the tethered mother from the Us. These are okay characters. They're definitely fun. They did their job. They're not bad. I do find entertainment in them. They are definitely fun killers, but they do not reach peak horror icon status. We'll just put it that way. Sorry, Emily, I know you're disappointed that Leatherface made it this low, but he's not one of my favorite slashers. I loved him in one movie and then nothing in after that. Notice that Vince Vaughn Norman Bates wasn't on here. Though he would have gone on F. Yeah, he definitely would have. F Vince Vaughn's Norman Bates. Didn't even qualify. Like, I hope it gets revamped versions of this tier list. Yeah, hopefully. This is one I just found. Yeah, Remake Psycho is basically just shot-for-shot remake, but much worse, and in color, and starring worst actors. I did not think Julianne Moore was that good either. Sorry, just getting my water. Okay, A tier. Awesome characters. Chop Top. Don't worry, Emily. Chop Top made it on here despite my feelings towards the Texas Chainsaw sequels. Captain Spaulding, Esther the Orphan, Pinhead, Tiffany, the Fisherman Hook Killer, Sam the Trick-or-Treat Halloween Spirit, Art the Clown, Pennywise the Clown, Brendan James Ghostface, Victor Crowley, Derek Mears Reboot Jason Voorhees, and Mrs. Voorhees. All awesome. They are awesome characters. I agree, they did their job well. They are pretty entertaining. Their movies are dumb fun. They are all pretty good characters, but barely miss S tier. That is their only problem holding them back. They either got ruined in later films, weren't properly utilized, or got bastardized like the poor Fisherman Killer did. Okay, no new comments. Yeah, these are all awesome characters. I won't deny. They did their job and they were definitely fun. I would not argue if you have them on S rank on your list, but because this is my opinion, they only make it to A. And the S tier, the horror legends. We have, what's up, Ghostface from Scary Movie, the Candyman Can, Billy, the Black Christmas Killer, Angela Baker, the Sleepaway Camp Killer, Jigsaw, the OG Tobin Bell, the Tall Man, Ghostface, all of them, we'll just count all of them, the OG Chucky, the Killer Doll, Norman Bates, the Psycho, OG Jason Voorhees, OG Michael Myers, OG Freddy Krueger, number one there, and Hannibal Lecter, all S tier. These are horror icons. These are all the greatest horror killers ever. I absolutely love them all to this very day. I won't deny that they are horror legends. These are all the best of the best. Freddy Krueger easily winning first place. Because Freddy is awesome. He is the S tier. He is the greatest boogeyman of all these boogeymen. But yeah, I won't deny S tier legends. These are the greatest horror slashers ever. And that pretty much completes my mega slasher tier list. Who are your favorite slashers? Alright, my favorite slasher. Freddy tops them all. Sweet. Yep, Freddy Krueger. Can't deny. You're waiting for the best. We already did the DCAU waifu tier list. If you mean actresses, I'm not sure I might do that. Tier list. You know Freddy has a music album? I know Jason does. For those of you who watch the Silent Night, Deadly Night 1, if you want to watch a sequel, skip to like 40 minutes and you'll save yourself time. Alright. Yep, Freddy Krueger, top dog, Glenn and Glenda, bottom bitch. Fuck Glenn and Glenda. But Freddy is my top bitch. Freddy Krueger, awesome, he is number one, and I love all these S-tier killers equally, so don't worry if you're biased towards that, but I love all these killers. So as you can see, got a lot more good killers this time on S and A tier and even B tier. Got a lot less bad, but all the ones we know from the remakes are infamously bad, and fuck Glenn and Glenda. And screw Roy Burns, he's a wannabe. Yeah, that pretty much completes my slasher tier list. So please feel free to tell me your favorite slashers and tune in for more videos here on Wolf Entertainment. I think next time we do a tier list, it might be a shorter one. If you're wondering what the next one is, I'm contemplating doing an Aliens movie tier list, but I want to see if there's any excitement for that. or I might do like a tier list on a different franchise I know and love. But yeah, Aliens might be the next tier list because that's the only other horror franchise I've seen all of, because we're saving Freddy to do with Emily Alucard and we're still planning that out. Speaking of which, Emily's finally getting some time, so we might do Elm Street soon. But time will tell if that happens. See you all later. Alright, so let's end. Take one last picture if you haven't seen my tier list, because we're about to wrap up this video. So, remember to like, comment, share, and subscribe, or just tune in for more videos posted here on Wolf Entertainment. I'm your host, Catastrophe, and I'll see you on the next nightmare. Take care, bitch.